Okay. All right, folks. Good day to my colleagues on council, to our hardworking staff, and to those who are following on the screen. Thank you for joining us. It's January 26th, and today is Regional Council Day. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. This is our last meeting before African Nova Scotia Heritage Month, which is an important month in our community. And we will begin with the introduction of councillors to see who's with us and to make sure that all the technology is working. And I'm going to do it in reverse order today. I'm going to start with Deputy Mayor Outhet. Deputy Mayor, are you there? All right, to hell with that. I'm going back to the other order. Councillor Daigle Gammon, District 1.
I am here and I missed my big debut.
All right, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Very sunny day in Fall River, so glad to be with you all today.
Awesome. Councillor David Hensby.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome from District 2, Preston, Chesapeake, Eastern Shore. And just a reminder, in 2 days' time, it's Bell Let's Talk Day on the 28th of January. So let's remember that mental health is also connected to physical health. Let's keep both ourselves happy and healthy. Thank you.
That's more true now than ever with COVID. Councillor Kent, are you with us?
I am, Mr. Mayor. I'm here, and I have to tell you that my 3 puppies are in a very vocal mood today, so if we interrupt, I will apologize now.
All right, that's awesome. Councillor Purdy, are you with us yet from District 4?
I am, thank you. I apologize for that delay, but here I am, very happy to be here from District 4, my Co-Harbor, Westfall, Lake Loon, and Cherry Brook. Beautiful day with the sun shining.
Awesome, thank you. Councillor Austin, a pretty quiet weekend in downtown Dartmouth?
Oh, very, Mr. Mayor. I'm here, ready to go.
Awesome. Councillor Mancini.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, colleagues, everybody watching. Speaking to you from beautiful Dartmouth. I do ask, though, folks, if you own an ATV, we ask you to stay out of Shuby Park, please, after the snowstorm. So I've spoken to HRP. They will be enforcing after snowstorm, so please stay out of the park. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini, I hope you don't mind if I just mention the wonderful service you had for your mother who passed away earlier in January. There was a service on Saturday that I was honored to attend, along with the Lieutenant Governor and his wife who knew your parents well. I don't think a lot of people would know that. Tell us about that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for you and your wife, for Darlene, for attending. It meant a lot. The Lieutenant Governor grew up not far from where former Councillor Lorley Nicol grew up in Ayrshot, and they used to visit my mom and dad's motel and restaurant when he was just a little old lawyer in Cape Breton, and he shared some very nice memories, and it was a real treat and an honor to have both their honors attend the service. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, it was very, very nice. Councillor Mason, District 7.
You faded out there a little bit, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Nice to see you all again, my friends. Councillor Mason from District 7. Today and tomorrow, there is pop-up testing at the Computer Science Building on University Avenue, and I want to amplify the request from Public Health and Dr. Strang that university students, post-secondary students, get themselves tested, whether they have symptoms or not at this point, because we've had a couple of cases with folks who haven't traveled, who are in university, and we need to figure out what's going on there. So I'm going to be going over tomorrow to get a test and a tour of the site, and I encourage anyone who's in post-secondary to arrange to get a test at any of the sites where you can get one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. That's good advice. Councillor Smith, District 8.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Smith here in beautiful District 8. Also just want to recognize the great ceremony that launched this morning at the Provincial African Heritage Month, and I believe our ceremony is on the 28th. I'm not sure what time, maybe the mayor might be able to say that, but I believe it's at 11.
7 o'clock. 7.
7 o'clock. Oh, okay. I didn't have my screen on, but I see you're putting something up now that I turned it on. Anyway, ours is at 7 live streamed. Hope it's as good as the one earlier. Let's have a good day.
I encourage people to check out all the different events. There's a lot of events around African Nova Scotia Heritage Month, including ANSMA, the great African Nova Scotia Music Association, who will again be putting on a wonderful show. Councillor Cleary.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Hello, colleagues. Hello, Halifax. Coming to you live from Halifax, West Armdale. Glad to be here. Great day out there.
Thank you. Councillor Morse.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. I'm delighted to be joining you from Old Clayton Park this afternoon, the heart of District 10.
Awesome. Good to see you. Councillor Cuttle.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here in Purcell's Cove in beautiful District 11 and glad to be here with everyone this afternoon.
Beautiful. Councillor Stoddart.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and fellow colleagues. I'm coming to you from the sunny Kimberley as part of District 12. Thank you.
Awesome. Councillor Lovelace, another councillor with a quiet weekend.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm coming to you live from City Hall, the heart of local good governance. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Develop Nova Scotia and let folks know if they have any questions about the Peggy's Cove development, they can email peggy'scove@developns.ca. An information session will be taking place at 6 o'clock this Thursday evening, January 28th. So I invite you to attend that event and learn more about the development central government is doing at Peggy's Cove. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. From beautiful Beaverbank, Councillor Blackburn.
Good afternoon, everybody, and great to see everyone, and ready to get down to business. And hopefully this little land shark will be going for a nap momentarily, so it'll be a quiet one from the Beaverbank bunker.
All right. Councillor Russell in Sackville, Lower Sackville.
Yep. Good afternoon, everyone from wonderful Lower Sackville. It looks absolutely great out there. We are in the middle of trail construction over on the over on First Lake. And so I'm looking forward to seeing that be completed, and there are going to be some interesting things happening here over the next month. So please stay tuned. It's a great day out there, and I'm looking forward to the meeting today.
Thank you. And our Deputy Mayor.
Hello, Mayor and colleagues from beautiful Bedford Wentworth, the heart of HRM, and looking forward to a nice afternoon of productivity.
Beautiful. Well, I'm Mayor Mike, and I'm happy to join my colleagues. We've mentioned African Heritage Month. African Nova Scotia Heritage Month is a big deal. There's also the Celtic Festival, which is happening starting, I think, on the 26th, and a lot of activities are as well. Thank you to Rick Grant and the. Okay, we are going to move ahead. Chat going here, and. First thing, Jacques Dubé, let's just hear from Jacques first of all. Jacques, you with us from City Hall or at home somewhere?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, good afternoon, everyone. I'm here at City Hall and looking forward to a constructive, productive meeting today as well. Thank you.
All right, beautiful. And John Traves, lawyer.
Mayor, members of council, good afternoon.
Beautiful. All right, folks. The first thing on the agenda is to look at the approval of the minutes of January 12th. If somebody wants to consider the approving those.
I'll move those, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second those, Councillor Russell.
Seconded, Councillor Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. The order of business, Mr. Clerk, first of all.
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda today.
Councillor Mancini, I know you wanted to look at moving something. Did you want to? Is now the time to do that, or did you want to?
I can do it. I can do it now, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like. Thank you, colleagues. I asked that item 7.1, which is case 20396, planning policy review of the Burnside Comprehensive Development District, be deferred until the February 23rd meeting. I know, colleagues, the last meeting I asked it to be deferred to this meeting. but we still don't have enough time in working with some of the businesses in Burnside and Dartmouth Crossing, and particularly the Dartmouth Crossing organization itself. We're trying to work out a number of issues with staff and the businesses. So I ask your indulgence and support me to defer this to February 23rd. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mancini is proposing to have this deferred again until February 23rd. I'm just going to ask if anybody is opposed to that or has questions to speak now. Everybody is okay with deferring that to the 23rd?
Agreed.
Okay.
Thank you, colleagues.
I think that will be done. Anything else, colleagues? Okay, does somebody want to move the approval of the order of business as amended?
So moved, Councillor Russell.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Councillor Cleary seconded. Councillor Russell moved the order of business as amended, deferring 7.1 to February 23rd. All in favor of that?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We have an agenda. We have no items on the consent today. There were a couple at agenda review, which we took off. So there were no items on the consent agenda. I'll call for declarations of conflict of interest, motions of rescission. Moving to number 7 on our agenda, consideration of deferred. We've just moved 7.1. We will move to 7.2. Is that Councillor Morris?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. We're going to have a staff report on this before we go ahead with the motions, please.
We have a staff report on this.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Sean Gillis, and I will be doing a staff presentation once I get it loaded up. Thank you. So this is a quick overview of case 22332, which is a municipal planning strategy amendment and rezoning for a property along Dumbrack Street and Willett Streets. Next slide, please. So this is a view of the area that we started with. So in the orange hash mark, you can see the original subject property, which was 210 and 214 Willett Street. There's currently 2 apartment buildings there, 11 and 4 stories. And originally, the applicant came forward, the owners, and asked Regional Council to look at a site-specific amendment to allow them to redevelop the property at higher densities with larger buildings. And Regional Council agreed with a staff recommendation to look at a broader study area. In short, there's a lot of R4 properties in this area. The R4 zone is from 1978, and it doesn't really support redevelopment, and it doesn't really support newer ideas that HRM has been using around urban design and community building. So council agreed to look at a study area. Next slide, please. So this is the study area again, and it takes in a fair number of properties. And just of note that there were a lot of different housing types in here, mostly multi-unit apartment buildings, but also there were some R1 properties and there were some properties that were single unit but zoned R4. There's some townhouses zoned R4, and there's a small park reservoir zoned R4. Next slide, please. So after looking at this study area, this is the staff recommendation that went to Halifax West Community Council. There's much more detail in the report, but in general, we looked at this and saw a good place to put high density redevelopment, both high-rise redevelopment in some locations and more mid-rise redevelopment in other locations. So the hashed area on this map shows a new designation, the Dunbrack multi-unit designation, that staff recommended be applied within parts of the study area, which would designate this spot for high-density redevelopment. Also, we suggested a new zone, the R4B zone, the Dunbrack multi-unit zone to provide the specifications for how that redevelopment should happen. And so again, a designation is in municipal planning policy, and it provides the purpose, the goal, and the high-level description of what should happen. And the zone itself provides the rules such as building height, building size, step backs, setbacks, parking, those sort of details. And staff's recommendation was the R4B zone at 210-214 Willett Street and the broader designation across a large area. Next slide, please. These are the recommendations for rezoning that staff provided to Halifax and West Community Council. And again, as I mentioned, there was a number of different land uses in the study area. They were zoned R4, but if you looked at them, you wouldn't think they belong necessarily in an R4 zone. So the dotted area provides a recommendation to rezone from R4 to R2T townhouse, to recognize that there's townhouses currently existing on those properties, and the townhouse zone would therefore be a much better fit. There's darker gray near Lacewood and Dunbrack, where we would recommend going to Park Institutional, a better fit for an area that's a reservoir and some parkland. And finally, there's a number of properties that were single unit homes, but were zoned R4. So we would recommend, staff recommended cleaning up the zoning and putting more appropriate zones onto those properties, as shown by this slide. Next slide, please. So after discussion with Halifax and West Community Council, they have a recommendation to Regional Council to consider here at first reading. And some of the biggest changes I'll highlight here. One would be that Community Council was not comfortable or supportive of staff's recommendation to designate a larger area without more study. So therefore, they are recommending that the new designation, the new policy apply to 210 and 214 Willett Street, and similar or right the same as the zone. So that's a fairly big change. It's being recommended by Halifax and West Community Council. Next slide, please. The recommended rezonings from Halifax and West Community Council, would be the same, where you have the R2T for townhouses, park with the park zone, R1 for the single units, etc. So that stays the same zoning map. Next slide, please. There's a part of the recommendation, which I'm not sure if it gets moved today, but we'll get there, about what to do with the rest of that study area. And this is from Halifax and West Community Council. So they are recommending that future plan amendments in this area should be done through a comprehensive policy review process, such as the regional plan review, which is ongoing, and/or the plan and bylaw simplification, which would also be known as the suburban plan. So in essence, what that would say is council is not interested in entertaining site-specific MPS amendments in this area if this route is taken. And I should mention too that Halifax and West Community Council added in a small amount of commercial area. If you're familiar with Lacewood and Dunbrack, there's commercial plazas there with Sobeys and Shoppers, and that area as well would go under this direction to staff for future MPS amendments. So that's the recommendation from Halifax West as to what happens in the study area. Next slide, please. So at first reading, there's two major options. One would be that council can proceed with the staff recommendations. So those would be the zone and the zoning map and the MPS map put forward by staff to Halifax and West Community Council, or proceed with Halifax and West Community Council recommendations. And that would be a smaller area for the designation. And in terms of changes to the R4B zone, the actual zone, some smaller changes, but important ones in that setbacks are bigger and the parking requirements are higher and a little less possibility for a building. And if, anyways, that's not 100%, that third bullet point is not 100% accurate, unfortunately, in that both of those options can be moved with the motions that are contained in staff reports, and we have the amendment packages ready to go. So those are in your amendment packages as well. Next slide, please. So thank you for that. Happy to answer any questions, and we do have some pictures if people would like to see some of the potential of what would be on that site. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors.
So thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, you're muted.
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Morse. What is your wish?
Oh, I was just going to thank Sean for the presentation, and I have a motion that I'd like to put on the floor, but I'm going to ask my colleagues to defeat it, and we'll move on to a second motion when I'll explain.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, just before the councillor proceeds. So the motion that the councillor has been provided is the motion from the supplemental staff report. Effectively, it is a revised motion which includes the required MPS and LUB amendments to give effect to the Halifax and West recommendation. So we've taken the motion, or staff has taken the motion from Halifax and West and made the necessary amendments that would be needed to give effect to that. And that is the result of what I'm just going to refer to as a revised motion that the council has. And for those council that are looking for that, that is the motion from the supplemental staff report.
Okay, so can I read it into the record then? Okay. So I move that the Halifax Regional Council amend the recommendation from Halifax and West Community Council from the report dated December 24th, 2020 to read as follows. Give first reading to consider the proposed amendments to the Halifax Municipal Planning Strategy and the Land Use Bylaw for Halifax Mainland as set out in attachments A and B of the staff report dated January 15th, 2021 to create a new designation and zone to permit high-density redevelopment at 210 and 214 Willett Street, Halifax, to amend the zoning for certain low-density residential properties to better match existing development, and to rezone parkland to the park and institutional zone and schedule a public hearing.
Second, Councillor Mason.
So, as I said, I would like to request we defeat this motion. I just want to provide a few comments, if I could, before that. I guess it's important to have some context. And for my colleagues, I'd just like to say that this project represents a significant increase in density for this area, 2 to 3 times on this location. And it's an older part of Clayton Park, which is under significant development pressures and redevelopment pressures. It's still under the same, as staff report, as staff commented, it's still under the same zoning rules as it was 40 years ago. And they're no longer adequate to address all the development pressures in Clayton Park, Fairview, and Rockingham, and they need to be changed. So when this came forward, I was concerned that this high density project might set a density precedent for the area before the community had a chance to have their say. So I asked our planning staff to rezone this one property and allow more time for public consultation on further rezoning in the area. And I feel that area residents will accept higher density if they can be assured of well-functioning and safer streets, more green space, and more amenities within walking distance. So I hope the new suburban plan will find ways to achieve these kinds of goals. In the meantime, since a final suburban plan is probably 2 years away, we need to find ways to incorporate some of the best of what was achieved with the center plan into the context of the suburban areas. And as I heard our director of planning say one time, we're in the process of retrofitting the suburbs. This project at 210 Willett is in some ways an example of good retrofitting, but in other ways it's not. And it just, I think, depends on your point of view and how close you happen to live to it. I'll just tell you a few of the positives about this project. It will have between 520 and 550 rental apartments, housing that we desperately need. That's relatively close to the downtown. It's an opportunity for the city to get taller and reduce sprawl, which is cost efficient for services. This project will be located on one of 4 bus rapid transit routes, so it will be efficient for transit users and will make BRT more viable. It's located within 1 kilometer of restaurants and a grocery store, and walking distance to recreation center, sports fields, a high school, and a library. The project will add density on a corner of 2 of the widest streets in the area, Dunbrack and Willett. It represents approximately $100 million investment in HRM and at least 2 years of demolition and construction work. The project will be built by a reputable national developer using local architectural and planning firm that has engaged the community in the design of the buildings. Public meetings have been held about this project about a year ago, and it was redesigned to reflect some of the community feedback. And examples of that include a change from 3 towers to 2 narrower, taller towers to reduce shadows. Another change was a wider forested buffer that was created behind the buildings to give the nearby townhouses some privacy. So I think there are many benefits of this project, but from the point of view of the neighbors who've been in frequent contact with me, there are some disadvantages. And that is that essentially at 16 to 17 stories, these towers will be 5 to 6 stories taller than the tallest building in the neighborhood, and some feel it would be a towering presence out of scale with the area. It will add a population of 1,000 or more in an area where schools are crowded. These towers will be in the backyards of single-family homes and townhouses, and apartments will look out into these yards. The project includes less than 1 parking space per unit, which could result in overflow parking to nearby streets. Although this project will increase the overall supply of housing in HRM, which will improve rental affordability, generally there are no below market rental apartments in the building, so it's not designed as an affordable project. So I guess to conclude, I feel I have been in quite a position here because there are many benefits of this project overall for HRM, and there are in many ways it's a successful planning project, but I also feel that the neighbors will be impacted by this building in ways that could be made better, and I hope will be made better at a public hearing coming up in the future. So anyway, that's the background and the context. Thanks for bearing with me on this. I would request that we defeat the motion that is on the floor and move to an alternative motion.
The mayor's muted.
So I'm just, I'm a little confused between what you said, John, and what Councillor Moore said. I thought you said that this motion reflected the changes, no?
The motion, Mayor, members of council, reflects the revisions that staff have brought forward to give effect to the recommendation from Halifax and West. My understanding is that the councillor is asking that this be defeated in order that she might move option number 2 in the supplemental staff report, potentially with an amendment to that. But what you have in front of you is the recommendation that came from Halifax and West. In the supplemental report, option 1 is the staff recommendation and option 2 is the alternate. Okay.
And option 2 is what Councillor Morse you want to put forward?
Yes, after we defeat the motion.
On the floor. Okay, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Morse. So I just, and I don't disagree with Councillor Morse and the approach that she's taking here. I have a question, a couple questions actually, So first, Mr. Gillis in his presentation made a comment that staff believe there's a good opportunity for increased density in this location. So one of the things that I want to ask about is what led to that. Is it related to the current and especially the planned increase in transit service to the area, what planners would refer to as transit-oriented development? And can he just describe that a little bit and talk about the impact that'll have on the area? Then I would have a second question, more specifically about alternative 2. And this is one of the more complicated motions and amendments and processes we've taken as it relates to coming forward with the development proposal, because it is specific to this area, but also general to a larger part of the area. And a number of changes were made at Halifax and West, which didn't get fully translated to council the last time, so it got deferred. And then we have the slight change in terms of some additional information that's also in alternative 2 that wasn't discussed at Halifax and West. So I'm just wondering if Mr. Gillis could speak to the transit-oriented development and the impact in the area, and also alternative 2, especially as it relates to page 3 of the staff report and the staff recommendation, how that was arrived at.
Thank you. Mr. Gillis.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Tackle those one at a time, of course. In terms of the density, why staff feels that this is a good location, it's a combination of what's on the ground now and also what this area could become. So in terms of what's on the ground now, if you look about 600 or 700 meters up Willett Street or Dunbrack Street, depending on which way you're going, there are major commercial plazas there. So you have a lot of your major day-to-day uses, restaurants, banking, pharmacy, groceries, all just outside of a 5-minute walk. We've got sidewalks in place. So that's a very good building block for a complete dense community. In terms of what it could become, we see large sites with low lot coverage and numerous older buildings. So we've had, I guess we'll say we've had developer interest in this process, across the area. So there's been some tire kicking. There's been some people asking, hey, can we get this zone? So we're fairly sure that we're going to see other folks trying to do similar things, whether it's take buildings to the ground or build on their parking lots, we don't really know, but there could be more units in here. So as those new units come online, as you've got new buildings, you can do a couple of things. You can add ground floor commercial. So the applicant at 210-214 Willett is looking at adding some ground floor commercial. Our new zone would allow that. The existing zone doesn't. You can also get a better streetscape. You can go from buildings set very far back from the road to a street wall with active uses and entrances. So that's all excellent. And so the in terms of the transit, I think there's two things to look at. Yes, the bus rapid transit is very exciting, but also the existing level of transit service here is pretty good for the suburbs. You've got a corridor route running down Willett and stopping at the doorstep of this proposed building. And that goes all the way into central Halifax, Mumford, and all the way to downtown, running frequent service, daytime and really good service. There's also good service on Lacewood Drive, and there's good service in the urban express routes. And this really is reflected in the fact that in terms of the number of people, the proportion of people getting to work via transit in Clayton Park, that's among the highest, if not the highest in the municipality. So there's already some good transit service here. Bus rapid transit takes that to another level. So I'm just looking at my notes here. Another thing, this area around Dunbrack, as the councillor mentioned, you're within 1 kilometer of high schools, junior highs. You're close to the mainland commons. You're close to some smaller, more local parks like Mary Clayton Memorial Park. There's a lot of good things happening here. There's some challenges. The streets are wide, which is good for buildings, but it's a little tough on walkability. But there's a lot of good things to build on here, both existing and to improve in the future. So hopefully that answers that question. In terms of alternative 2, which is a small change to how far buildings and their ground floor can be above or below grade. So the Halifax and West Community Council recommendation and associated land use bylaw package had the maximum that a ground floor could be above or below grade at 0.6 meters. So that's about 2.5 feet. So your ground floor, and these large buildings generally have one big ground floor. They're not cut up into different slabs. So speaking with our internal team working on the center plan, they're looking to go and allow ground floor buildings, ground floors to be 1.5 meters above or below grade. And that's really a reflection of the slopes that you find in Halifax. This particular property, this particular area is not super sloped, but even a modest slope over a large area can add up quickly. So staff is suggesting that alternative 2 provides an easier building option without really any dramatic changes to the ground floor look or feel of the building. You'd still have all of the other ground floor requirements that were discussed at Halifax and West as to positioning the street wall, using active frontages that have doors and windows, whether that's commercial or grade-related residential. You could just go a little higher or lower above ground. So that's the major difference there. And staff suggests that that's where we're going with the regional plan, or excuse me, the regional center plan, package B. And so we want to nip that problem in the bud if we can and make it easier to build these large buildings, should council wish.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that very thorough answer.
Thank you. Councillor Hensley.
He just answered my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought some of the rest of council might like a little bit more information than poor Councillor Morris could fit into the 5 minutes that are available to her about what some of the concerns were about extending the zoning farther. As presented, the R4A for the area would have allowed, 10-story buildings, 12-story buildings up against R1 zones. It was very intensive development there, not just right up against where the proposed BRT stations would be, but all the way through the entire zone. So, my feeling is, and I think most of the community council agreed, is we have a lot of work to do to define how intense we want it to be around the BRT station and node as proposed, and then how we're going to come down out of height as we head toward the R1 and R2 zones that admittedly now all have general density because they can all do secondary suites. The other issue is that how intense do we want to be at every spot? And certainly Councillor Cleary and I have argued quite aggressively with one another about this, but it's like, the dwelling unit count per hectare that we are talking about is quite high for this site. And I think it's appropriate on this site because we're replacing a large, tired old building, and you need to provide the incentive for that to be able to happen to get a much better result. But I don't feel that that is a model for dwelling unit per acre that I want to see through that entire site at all. Transit-oriented demand, the dwelling unit per hectare is usually 175-ish on the high end, according to one study that Winnipeg did right next to the station, and then it drops off to 20, 30, 40 farther out by the time you get to the edge. So basically, I think we have a lot of work to do. And in fact, what Mr. Gillis said, who's done, I want to thank Councillor Morris for, I've said to her a number of times, my first who am I to decide right after I got elected was a couple $100,000 on a wood frame building on Oxford Street, and hers is a $100 million project. So I feel for her. But and I want to thank Mr. Gillis for great work on this. You've been available, but to answer all the questions and to try and shepherd this through. But even the grade discussion we're having right now causes me concern. I think it makes sense for this one site, but what I don't want when I look at these, the big lots off of Harlington Crescent and off of Chadwick Place that are off of Willett that potentially we were being asked to upzone. This isn't like in downtown or even on the peninsula or downtown Dartmouth. These are huge lots from the 1970s. And if we don't require better articulation and variation and that the slab changes with the grade, what you could end up with is a street wall that goes completely unvarying for 400 feet on some of these. And that's not good city building. That's not good community building. So I think we have a lot of discussion to have about what the building form is going to look like before I would feel comfortable doing a blanket upzone of an area like this. So I thank the council for bringing this forward. I will support defeating this and bring forward the amendment, given what Sean said, because I think it is germane to this one site. But I don't think that this is, I don't think we've quite had enough public discussion with the residents who will be affected and with the entire community in HRM about how we want to do this. We want to do this because we want to build BRT, we want to intensify, but I don't think we've quite nailed it yet. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting Councillor Morrison defeating this original motion as well. I think, when we look at this area, it's what I would call the inner suburbs, right? So it's very close to the downtown. It's very close to the peninsula. Like Spryfield, there's like a tremendous amount of pressure right now for redevelopment and intensification in these areas, and for good reason, because of all those things that have already been mentioned around transit and proximity to the urban core and local amenities. One of the things that concerns me about this project as a whole is that we're getting, back into kind of spot zoning without having a larger idea of where we're going in these neighborhoods. And it can't, our decisions around building can't be driven just by density. We really need to look at kind of the fine grain aspects of the community that make it livable, that make it successful, that make it complete. So, I think there is a lot more work to be done, a lot more discussion to be had. Sun and shadow studies, like, what kind of spaces are we creating between these buildings? This is really important because it's not just kind of in the near future. I'm hoping these communities are going to be around for the long term. So we need to get it right. And we're in this awkward position where we need more housing. There's a desperate need for more housing, but we also have to create successful communities in the long run. So I would very much like to see this done through a comprehensive planning project. One of the other things I am concerned about too is around affordable housing, and we know that a lot of the housing that exists there now is older stock, it is apartments, it is affordable, and once it gets redeveloped, we lose that older affordable housing stock. So, again, back to our affordable housing issue, how does that fit in to the rezoning? And, another reason why we'd need a more comprehensive plan to enable some of those affordable housing mechanisms that we have to incentivize it in this neighborhood, as we should be in every neighborhood. So anyway, thank you. And those slab discussions that Councillor Mason mentioned, yeah, that's also really important. That comes back to the fine-grained detail of the neighborhood we're creating. So it's a community that is successful. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, nobody else to speak on this, so Councillor Morse has put the motion forward. She's indicated she's voting against it and is encouraging council to vote against it, and she will come back with the alternative number 2. Correct, Councillor Morse?
Correct.
Okay, are we ready for the question, colleagues? Ian?
Question?
Beginning in District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting to defeat the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Negatory.
3, Councillor Kent.
Against.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting against the motion.
5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Against the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Against the motion.
District 8, Councillor Smith.
Against.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Nay.
10, Councillor Morse.
Against the motion.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Against the motion.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
I'm voting against the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting no.
District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting against the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
Against the motion.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Going to be close, but I'm voting no.
And Mayor Savage.
Against the motion? So the motion is defeated. Councillor Morse.
So I'd like to introduce a different motion then, and I think, could we put it in the chat for everyone, or is it in the chat? Yeah. So I move that we give first reading to consider the proposed amendments to the Halifax Municipal Planning Strategy and the Land Use Bylaw for Halifax Mainland as set out in attachments A and C of the staff report dated January 15th, 2021 to create a new designation and zone to permit high-density redevelopment at 210 and 214 Willett Street, Halifax, to amend the zoning for certain low-density residential properties to better match the existing development, except that 210 and 212 Lacewood Drive and PID 40293342 located between 236 and 212 Lacewood Drive as shown on map C1 shall remain zoned R4 and to rezone parkland to the park and institutional zone and schedule a public hearing. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor, Mr. Trey?
Second.
Yeah, sorry. I might just point out that the bolded portion is an additional amendment, which should probably be dealt with separately. The alternative motion is all that section that is not the exception to bolded. I would suggest that council would have to vote on that as a further amendment.
Okay, so the motion without that, seconded by Councillor Mason, it's on the floor. So if Councillor Morris amends it, she could do that now?
Yeah, that would be a good time to move that motion to amend. Councillor
Morris, if you could move the highlighted section that's in the chat zone. Do you see that?
Just verbally say I move that. I make that amendment. Friendly amendment.
Yeah. Is it a friendly amendment, John, or can it be dealt with as voted on?
If there's no objection and the seconder agrees, I think it could be dealt with as a friendly amendment.
Okay. So, Councillor Morris, just read out the that part.
In bold.
Yeah.
Okay. Except that 210 and 212 Lacewood Drive and PID 40293342 located between 236 and 212 Lacewood Drive as shown on map C1 shall remain zoned R4.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Mason. Mr. Traves, that's okay. So is everybody okay with that amendment? Anybody not okay? Any questions on the amendment?
Yeah, I'm just curious. Why are we putting a motion on the floor to remove a section of it and then discuss it and re-add that same section of it?
Well, I think you'll need to debate the amendment then, Mayor, in terms of staff answering questions on why those lots are now being exempted.
Is that your question, Councillor Russell?
It's a question of the procedure, and we have the motion on the floor. It is the full motion that we expect to ultimately pass, and the recommended procedure at this point is to take the motion that has been put on the floor, amend it so that we remove a section, amend it so that we replace that exact same section. This motion has not been on the floor before, so I'm just curious about why we're doing it this way.
So unfortunately, the motion that was read is not the alternative motion from the staff report, which is required to be put forward by the rules. That's what was given notice of. And so unfortunately, when the clerk has cut that in there, he's added in the piece which would be a subsequent amendment to what's in the staff report and which councils were given notice of. So we're just trying to get that dealt with, given that it is exempting out some properties which may or may not be material to members of council.
Okay, thank you very much.
So if nobody has an opposition to that amendment, we'll consider it a friendly amendment. The mover and the seconder are fine with that. So we're on the motion as amended, I guess then. Is there anything else on it, Councillor Morris, you or anybody else?
I guess I just, for some clarity, I hope, the properties, the landowners of the properties that are in bold contacted me very recently and said that that they shouldn't, it wouldn't be fair to have them included in this rezoning process without public hearing.
Thank you. Anybody else? Ready for the question on alternative 2, put on the floor as amended? Ready for the question? Okay.
Beginning with District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor?
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor?
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
Voting yes.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
For the motion.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Voting for the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhitt.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes, on the motion, so the motion passes. Thank you, Councillor Morse.
My apologies, I missed Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
My apologies.
No worries.
Yeah, you don't want to piss her off, that's for sure. Okay. All right, passed. Thank you, Councillor Morse.
Thank you.
There is no public hearing today. Correspondence, Mr. Clerk.
Correspondence has been received for the meeting today for items 7.2, 11.1.1, 11.1.3, and 12.1. This correspondence has all been distributed to council.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Petitions, colleagues? Presentations, there's no presentations. Information items brought forward from January the 12th. Councillor Lovelace, Halifax. Interim report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can everyone hear me okay? I know I was having audio problems before. Yeah, it's okay now. Thank you.
Good now.
Thanks to staff. Thanks, Corey, for getting me set up here. So I'm really happy to bring this forward. You know, I haven't had the opportunity to have a full presentation on Halifax, although I've been digging into it and learning more about it. So when I saw the information report, you know, the interim report come forward, I thought this is really important to me, my district, and for a lot of the communities that are on the coast. You know, recognizing sea level rise and, you know, coastal community protection and all that kind of thing. So I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on it. I know that the returning councillors are well aware of Halifax and the work that you've been doing, and staff will be giving a detailed presentation to the Environment and Sustainability Committee. I believe that's on February 4th coming up, which I am a member, so I will dig deeper into it at that point. But I wanted to take this opportunity to recognize the Nova Scotia Coastal Protection Act. That legislation, of course, was passed less than 2 years ago. And so just thinking about the impact of that being the first of its kind in the country, it's quite significant in the way that it is, you know, creating regulations to protect our coastal communities and the vulnerable ecosystems. Now, obviously, we're well ahead of British Columbia, so, you know, we don't have various models to follow. So when we look at Halifax, and you know, integrating that work and ensuring that we're recognizing the ecosystem on those coastlines, but also the economics of those coastlines, of course, from you know, Peggy's Cove to Hubbard's, Halifax to Sheet Harbor, and all the communities in between and along the coastline. We have vibrant communities, traditional fishing villages, and so on. So now I know that within Halifax, we're going to be doing some coastal asset mapping. We're going to do further analysis and so on. So I raised this point today around the Coastal Protection Act and that provincial legislation, mostly to find out whether or not we could invite the Department of Environment to give council a presentation on that important legislation, considering that there will be bylaw changes. No doubt there will be bylaw changes. No doubt we will need to understand that legislation in regards to regional plan considerations. So I just thought this would be a good opportunity for us to discuss that and find out how we can create that interconnectivity between Halifax, the work that we're doing here at HRM, as well as the Coastal Protection and Department of Environment of the province. So yeah, so that's why I brought this forward today. Thank you.
Thank you. Shannon, are you with us? Can you speak to that?
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Shannon Miedema, Manager of Energy and Environment. Through you to the councillor, thank you for raising this point. We've actually at the staff level been very engaged with Nova Scotia Environment in their work on the Coastal Protection Act and the regulations that they're developing right now to actually bring that act to life. We've had some presentations, not just with the planning and development business unit, but across business units and specific ones with the regional planning team. I think we've asked for some follow-ups on, the timing of those regulations, and we don't have a firm date of when they're coming. And we've talked to them about looking to see if we could be aligned in the assumptions that we're making on the science side and on the risk, especially looking out into future years, and to try and understand their process and is it going to align with ours, because we're really at the stage now of redoing all of our coastal risk mapping now that we have a new LIDAR data set. Also, the new Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, the 5-year update report, is coming out in April of this year, which is really nice timing for us to get those numbers, work with Department of Fisheries and Oceans, because they kind of do some localized scaling down of what the numbers mean for our region. And then we work with those experts in that field, those scientists, to come up with what we should use to update our risk maps. So we're hoping that work, that'll, as of April, DFO will be starting their process. We're going to work with them and go forward. So yeah, we understand, and all of the planners understand that the Coastal Protection Act, the intention at least is that it is co-implemented by municipal governments, because really that's where the rubber hits the road with the bylaws, etc. So we're waiting in anticipation to see what comes out of that and how we'll work together on that. And I know I'm actually not sure if they've given a presentation specifically to the Environment and Sustainability Committee. I don't believe they have, but they did through the Association of Municipal Governments in the past.
Okay, and so you raised a really good point about HRM's leadership in this implementation of the Coastal Protection Act with regards to smaller municipalities across the province, and thinking about ways that we can ensure that we're creating bylaws that are, leading the way to coastal protection. So I'm not sure if there is a motion that, or a discussion to bring forward a provincial department. I'm just wondering, how does that work to have an actual provincial department present to council?
Well, let me address that. I mean, committees are really the masters of their own domain, and I would suggest it would start at the committee level, inviting a presentation, and I'm sure that the department will be happy to do so, and I'm sure that Shannon would be very interested in being part of that discussion. I would think, Shannon.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, we could certainly work with the chair of the Environment Sustainability Standing Committee to request that presentation. And I know the person leading it on the staff side is John Summers, and he's always been very open to giving as many millions of presentations as he needs to in the engagement of the development of the Act and regulations.
Awesome, thank you so much. I really appreciate this.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace, for bringing that forward. I could, just before Shannon leaves, just, you know, one of the great things that Shannon and her team have done is so much engagement in Halifax before it came to council and since. And just in the last few weeks, Shannon, you've come to our meeting of the university presidents, our regular meetings to talk about Halifax, and then a big role at the mayor's task force on a green economy recently. It was really good, really good discussion. I was very pleased with that. So thank you, Shannon, for that, for the continued work that you're doing, and for Councillor Lovelace to bring it forward. Thank you both. Okay, colleagues, we'll move ahead. Okay, just making sure nobody wanted to speak. We'll go to reports. 11.1.1. This is request for proposals on the collection and transportation of source separated solid waste. I believe we have Andrew Philopoulos with us to do a presentation. Jacques, is that correct? Do we have a presentation on this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll speak. It's Brad Anguish, Executive Director of Transportation Public Work. Andrew does have a presentation, and it has been provided to the clerk's office for presentation to council, and there it is. I'll turn over to Andrew.
Thank you, Brad. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Regional Council. Andrew Philopoulos here, Manager of Solid Waste Resources, here today to present to you the award recommendation report that you have in front of you with respect to our curbside collection program. Next slide, please. So today's presentation will touch on a little bit of background on collection contracts in the municipality, the procurement process that we followed. We'll summarize the award recommendation and touch on the financial impact to HRM's budget. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So a little bit of background on collection contracts. Our existing contracts expire June 30th, 2021. So it was a 4-year contract with a 2-year extension term, so 6 years in total. And the way that we approach collection across the municipality is that we divide the municipality into 8 areas. And what you can see in the table below is the areas and who the current service providers are. So as you can see, Regroup and GFL have the lion's share of the contracts. They provide services to 3 areas each. Additionally, both Leo Beasley and Eastern Shore Cartridge have 1 collection as well currently. Next slide, please. So with regards to the current RFP, what we did with that RFP, we included a 5-year term with extensions up to 2 years. So it's in total potentially up to a 7-year contract term. We did that to maximize economies of scales, looking for savings for the municipality. We have continued using the 8 collection areas as per the existing agreements. And with regards to the scope of services, they cover residential garbage, organics, and recyclable collection from approximately 140,000 units. It includes provisional services, items such as weekly organics, which typically we do provide. However, we did not provide in 2021 due to budget constraints. Optional services. So this is something that's new. We have some optional services around moving to bi-weekly recycling collection across the municipality. So currently most areas in the municipality receive weekly collection. So we do have that option to move to bi-weekly. Another optional service is the elimination of bulky items collection. So when we refer to bulky items, we're talking about things like, you know, the big sofa or a refrigerator, you know, a large appliance, furniture that you are allowed to place curbside for collection with garbage collection. So these are optional services. We built this into this agreement and this RFP to provide us flexibility over the term of the agreement so that we can make future program changes. But additionally, it provides us some flexibility to look at some cost savings if they're needed in the future and preparing future budgets. Lastly, the scope of services include the operation of 2 rural refuse depots. These are transfer stations to transfer residential garbage to Otter Lake. One is located in Middle Musquodoboit, the other is located in Sheet Harbor. Next slide, please. Some other items that are new that we included in the RFP and the new contracts. We've made a requirement around diversity and inclusion training such that all the successful vendors will be required to ensure that all their staff receive that training. With regards to safety, we have required all collection vehicles to be equipped with side guards. This was a change that we implemented towards the end of the last collection contracts. And so that is something that is a firm requirement from day one with the new agreements. We also are requiring all vendors to be WCB safety certified. What that means is that a vendor would have a third party that would review the vendor's safety program to ensure it's compliant with all regulations and laws. And ultimately, really, it's a good practice because it shows a good sign on the part of a vendor to be committed towards health and safety. So we've made that a requirement. We've also requested monthly reporting on health and safety data. So historically, we always receive notices if there's a property damage or a vehicle accident. This goes a little bit further in that we're looking for data from the vendors around things like lost time accidents and health and safety incidents. So we have a better idea as to how they're performing from a health and safety perspective. With respect to carbon footprint, staff actually have made some efforts to calculate the carbon footprint of our collection program. And what we've asked vendors under the new agreement to do is submit fuel consumption and mileage data on a monthly basis. So this will help us in further refining our estimates and ultimately to come up with more accurate estimates of the carbon footprint of our collection program. And lastly, we have incorporated weekly recycling collection in Eastern Passage. Currently, Eastern Passage receives recycling collection every second week. And this goes back to a staff report presented to council in 2019. Ultimately, staff directed staff to make this change. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So with regards to the procurement process, we issued an RFP at the beginning of September and that closed on October 27. Proponents were requested to submit general proposals, financial statements, and cost proposals. The financial statements refers to financial information that demonstrates the financial viability of a vendor to be able to provide the services contemplated under this agreement. Next slide, please. The evaluation criteria we used consisted of 30 points being allocated to the general proposals that were submitted. So those covered things like the corporate profile, equipment maintenance and sustainability considerations, the proponent team, the collection plan, including the approach to health and safety. So the general proposal was worth 30 points. Financial statements were evaluated by an independent financial consultant on our behalf, so that was pass-fail, and cost proposals were worth 70 points. So in short, the general proposals were worth 30, cost was worth 70 for a total of 100 points. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we received 4 proposals from GFL, Leo Beasley, Miller Waste, and Regroup. Next slide, please. And the recommended proponent for each collection area is summarized in this table. And so staff evaluate each proposal as per the scoring matrix. And ultimately, we are here today with an award recommendation consisting of awarding 5 collection areas to Regroup and awarding 1 collection area to GFL, Miller Waste, and Leo Beasley. Additionally, here you can see the 5-year bid price. Just one thing I wanted to clarify a little bit, I will touch on the financial impact to HRM here in a few slides. This is different than the bid price. So the bid price includes all the unit rates that the vendors bid on, including some of those optional services. So staff created a formula to come up with a 5-year bid price. And we did that because we needed to evaluate all financial information that bidders submitted against this RFP. Next slide, please. I wanted to just touch on alternatives for a moment. It is noted in the council report. So the RFP does allow the municipality to limit the award to 3 collection areas per proponent. This is something that we've done in the past, so it is very consistent with past practices. The considerations around this are around promoting competition, ensuring we have vendors that can compete in future procurement processes. Additionally, it's a risk mitigation measure to ensure that we don't put all of our eggs in one basket in terms of service delivery. And again, consistent with past collection RFPs really over the last 15 years. And in 2015, Regional Council did exercise this option. So staff did, similar to today, do the evaluation against the scoring matrix and made a recommendation to council. And council, for those reasons listed, ultimately decided to limit one proponent's award from 5 collection areas to 3. In this particular instance today, as you can see in the staff report, we have not recommended exercising this option. Again, staff used the scoring matrix to evaluate the proposals. Additionally, I would add that there were 4 proponents that submitted proposals. All will be at least getting 1 collection area. And additionally, we have no concerns over service delivery. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So last slide here, just on the financial impact to HRM's budget. So what you can see here, we projected it out from 21-22 to 25-26. So going, from 15,200,000 up to 16,700,000 over the 5 years. And so in this instance, this financial impact to HRM includes, the base services, the weekly collections of, garbage, organics, recyclables. It also includes some of the provisional services like weekly organics and the seasonal collection of leaf and yard waste in the spring and the fall. So that's been factored into these projections. And you can see we've achieved savings through this procurement process. 2021, currently this year, based on our existing contracts, our current budget is in the order of just about 15.6 million. That doesn't include weekly organics because we didn't provide that service this year. That's worth in the order of about 1.2 million. So really in 2021, had we provided weekly organics, our budget would have been in the order of 16.8 million. So you can see again that we have achieved some savings over the next 5 years with our collection contracts. Next slide, please. And I think this brings us to the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Andrew. Councillor Hensby, you're first up. Can you put the motion on the floor and then take it away?
The Halifax Regional Council Award RFP number 20-085 collection, transportation of source separated solid waste to the highest scoring proponents in areas 1 to 8 in accordance with the requirements of the RPF. RFP for the total bid price is $75,896,338.31, net HST included, over 5 years as follows, and as outlined in Table 3 of the staff report dated January 13th, 2021. Area 1, Halifax to Royal Environmental in the amount of $15,070,797.55, including net HST. Area 2, Dartmouth to Royal Environmental to the amount of $10,256,972.24, including net HST. Area 3, Bedford to Hamas Plains to Royal Environmental in the amount of $6,677,348.63, including net HST. Area 4, Western County to Green Life for Environmental in the amount of $8,828,465.27, including net HST. Area 5, Sackville, Beaverbank, Paul River, Waverley to Royal Environmental in the amount of $12,316,074.61, including net HST. Area 6, Cole Harbour, Eastern Passage, Cal Bay to Royal Environmental in the amount of $7,875,333.25, including net HST. Area 7, Porters Lake, Preston Chesapeake to Miller Waste in the amount of $6,882,457.11, including net HST. Area 8, Eastern Shore Musquodoboit Valley to Leo J. Beasley in the amount of $7,988,889.65, including net HST.
I'll second. It's Becky.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Kent. Go ahead, Councillor Hensley. We'll start your clock now.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I'm a little concerned about having half our eggs in one basket, 5 of the 8 contracts to one company. I always thought that we should try to have a level playing field as much as possible and have the fair and open competition. Just having 5 to one company and 1 to each of the others, I think we're starting to tip the scales back into more of a oligopoly situation. So I'm concerned about that. Also, kind of surprised to see Area 7 contract get awarded to Miller Waste, where for so many years Leo J. Beasley has been doing the service and quite good at it. I'm kind of curious of changing areas and changing locations. Do we anticipate any interruptions of service because of not knowing the territory, not familiar with the nuances of some of our constituents and where they place the garbage or the frequency of it and stuff? I'm kind of curious about changing locations. How well adaptable will the new companies be to new territories? I'm also concerned that I didn't see any provisions for a potential 3rd rural depot. I'll keep saying that we need to have a 3rd rural waste disposal depot, transfer station, in somewhere between Musquodoboit Harbor and Cole Harbor, because right now there's too much off-road dumping going on because people want to avoid the tipping fees. And I think that we need to have a 3rd solution, a 3rd opportunity there for people to get rid of their waste properly instead of indiscriminately throwing it away in the woods. So I'm very frustrated by this because we talk about cutting down our greenhouse emissions and carbon footprint. A lot of those dump trucks got to go all the way to Otter Lake and deadhead back empty. I wish some of these companies look at trying to maybe doing a consolidation of having a compactor trailer or something, a site somewhere east side of the harbor to cut down the truck traffic. So I wish that these things would have been brought into account. And does this report, I think it assumes that we're going to have weekly organics brought back into the fold like we cut out last year. But I'm concerned they have July to September. I thought, our growing season doesn't really take off in June. I agree with that, but I think we have an extended season into October, and we found out this past year that there was a lot of excessive organic material being generated into October. So I don't know if a 3-month window is going to be enough. I think a 4-month window may be more efficient for our residents. So those are my questions and concerns. I'll leave it to council for other debate, but somewhat frustrated we're not having a 3rd depot established, a transfer station.
Andrew, do you want to address those issues of Councillor Hensley?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. With regards to Area 7, these are all reputable companies, very well experienced in providing these types of services. Generally speaking, I do expect a smooth transition for these proponents providing the services in new collection areas that they haven't provided before. With regards to a 3rd rural depot, I simply would take that under advisement, councillor. We have no plans right now to implement a 3rd depot. That being said, as per the Environment Council priority outcome area, staff, do have a strategic objective to look at aligning the solid waste system with Halifax and look at optimizing greenhouse gases in our solid waste system. So I think that's something that we certainly could look at as part of a strategy review. And lastly, again, I'll take your comments under advisement around the weekly organics. Our plan is to currently, subject to council approval, is to provide the service for July to September, but again, I'll take that under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby, you're good?
For now.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini, you're on the next one, I think. Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. Thank you, Andrew, for the presentation. So you explained the criteria, and I see missing from it. And even though you alluded to the carbon footprint and asking for submission of fuel consumption, and you just mentioned you want to align with Halifax, why isn't there any points given to companies that show that they're greener, that they're using I don't know, hydrogen fuel, or they're using natural gas or electric vehicles? I mean, and maybe this is more a procurement question than specifically to your group, Andrew. I feel that's a missing piece out of this, especially as you just stated, we're looking to align with Halifax. And I, with Councillor Hensby, agree that it's a little concerning that there are, I think, one company getting 5 of the regions. You know, you mentioned that is an option, a minimum of 3, but you didn't explain why you allow one company to have 5 of the areas. So I wouldn't mind hearing that explanation. But again, the big one for me is, why isn't there any points in all of our procurement, all of our RFPs? Why aren't we given points for companies that prove that they're greener than the next? And for me personally, if everything else is lined up, and even if a company is a little more expensive, but yet they're more greener, you know, I would like to support that company that's a little more greener if everything else is equal. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So in your report, Councillor Mancini, Table 2 does list the scoring matrix, some of the details, and I can tell you that as part of the item number 1, proponent corporate profile and reference experience, there were points allocated generally to the corporate profile, including sustainability initiatives, diversity initiatives, et cetera, et cetera. With respect to item number 2 in that table, equipment maintenance, sustainability, collection fleet, very much in those 9 points was taken into consideration greening initiative, sustainability, the fuel type, and all of that.
Well, you know, Andrew, on that point, though, and that's great. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. I think we should be crystal clear on that. And when you're showing the criteria, let's be clear on that. In fact, I really think that criteria should maybe a 5th one that's specifically about green, so it's shown to, if you want to do business with HRM, you need to be green as much as possible and encourage that. So in my opinion, so maybe as you're taking into advisement the things that David Hensby suggested, you could take that one into advisement also.
Thank you. And the only last thing, if I may, Mr. Mayor, just on the why do we award 5 areas? You know, again, we have a transparent procurement process. We lay it out as to how we're going to do it. Exercising that option in terms of limiting award, my understanding historically has been something council has done. For us at the staff level, we do try to be transparent with the vendors and show them how we're going to evaluate, which is what we did, what we followed through on. And additionally, again, if there was a flag there in terms of a risk to our service delivery, we would have raised that we do feel that as awarded, we can provide these services going forward.
So as a final, I still have a minute left here. So the final thing, Andrew, on that was a big difference. Was it price, the deciding factor then for them to get 5 areas?
Overall, no, it was a combination of technical scores for the general proposal and price. It was a combination of both that were driving factors.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for the presentation. It really hit the high points after reading the report. It was nice to see it in such a succinct way. Thank you. My question is that it's a 5-year contract, and the terms of the contract, one of the things that in our residents we've been talking a lot about is the use of blue bins, and the fact that recyclables have to go out and they can't be in a blue bin. Sometimes a contractor will take it out of the bin, sometimes they don't. But definitely in areas, a blue bin is really much safer in your communities. We have lots of raccoons, and we've got coyotes and foxes in my backyard, all of that kind of stuff. And even though we wash our garbage, it can sometimes get torn apart if you're not careful. So a lot of people have gone to purchasing their own blue bins, and I'm wondering about using them, adding them into the contract. So that's one thing. The other thing is, as much as we can have organics, people really felt the reduction of organics pickup, especially during COVID. A lot of people are home more, they're doing more stuff, they're creating more organic waste. And so as much organic weekly as we can get, I agree with that, Councillor Hensby, that July to September might not be enough. My other thing that I also agree with is around, we have a big concern around illegal dumping, especially in the rural communities. And if there a way in the contract, or has it ever been a consideration for some kind of a mobile, rotational, monthly or every 2 months, a mobile station where people can get rid of their waste to limit illegal dumping, which would be great. And the last question is just around, in terms of the procurement and the social procurement policy, does the living wage factor into this contract at all, or is that just for large construction? So thank you very much. And again, I look forward to the conversation around 5 areas being provided to one company versus the limit of 3 that was historic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Thank you for the questions. Okay, so starting off with blue bins, for clarity, I believe when you're talking about a bin, you're talking about something similar to the green cart, you know, that sort of size. And,
yes.
And so just quick little context, back in earlier in 2020, staff did present to council a information report, council, that I could share with you perhaps a little later. And we touched on transitioning our program to a full cart-based collection program. There's lots of things to consider there, lots of things to consider. So something that's not addressed with these collection contracts. And the reason for that is basically we have a bag-based program. And so in order to facilitate a cart-based collection program, it requires a lot of work. We have to issue standardized carts across the municipality. The collection fleet has to have compatible equipment. Carts are meant to be tipped by automation. They're not meant to be tipped manually. So that's why we don't allow for bagged recyclables to be placed in a cart to be collected. What we do allow, one of the changes we have made in the last year, is we do allow residents to take a bag of blue bag recyclables, place it in a blue box curbside, place it in a smaller bin curbside, so something that's more, you know, say like 3 feet tall, you know, something similar to a garbage can, but that would be blue. So those are some of the measures that we've done in the short term. Longer term, it is, other councillors have expressed the same concern, and again, I can share that information report with you because there's lots to consider there.
Great.
I'll take again your comment around organics under advisement. Again, our plan is to provide that service for July, August, September. Based on budget approval. Illegal dumping. So no, there hasn't been consideration around a mobile rotating station. We have been separate to the collection contracts. You know, there's been a lot of work going on around illegal dumping. Staff are going to be back in front of Regional Council in March with some amendments to our solid waste collection bylaw, looking at putting some measures to enforce action against those who are responsible for illegal dumping, making it a little bit of an easier process. We are also contemplating some other initiatives as part of our business plan for 21-22 around illegal dumping. And lastly, on the social procurement, the living wage is not incorporated into this RFP. The rollout for the living wage provision was April. And, you know, we developed these procurement documents in parallel to the social procurement policy, and as such has not been fully incorporated into these contracts.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, most of my questions have been answered because of the questions of other councillors, but I do have a question just on the following up on the carbon footprint. So where right now Matrix allows for up to 9 points for things like equipment, sustainability, et cetera. If you're going to track the, and this is a question to Mr. Filopoulos, if you're going to track the carbon footprint through these contracts now of the new contract winners, will the matrix likely change? Will more weight, do you think, be put on sustainability in the next 5-year cycle as you put out an RFP for future contracts? I'm just trying to get a sense of, it was considered and was a small percentage of the overall scoring this time. Would it be a much larger as we're putting more emphasis on Halifax 2050 and sustainability generally?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council. Great question. And I think, to answer that question, Councillor, clearly for me, what I would suggest is that, again, as part of doing a strategy review and looking at the solid waste system from a greenhouse gas perspective, I think that work would be really meaningful in laying out approach and priorities in terms of where do we want to invest in the solid waste system to mitigate greenhouse gases. And so I think that will have a really big bearing on the outcome in terms of how we might approach these collection contracts the next time they come up.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There we are. So I just realized I think there's only 3 of us who were around last time we had this discussion and approved the contract 5 years ago. And the language of our then CAO, Mr. Butts, who liked to point out that he lived, breathed, and ate garbage or solid waste, because that's the part of the City of Toronto we'd come out of, said, the issue with giving more than 3 areas to one contractor or one supplier, it's not about the service today, it's that you're building the army that will destroy you in 5 or 10 or 15 years, that you need to divide that up so that there's always competition, so that when you go to retender, you're not in a position where people have started to sell their tiny piece of the business to the winner, or you end up in a duopoly situation. So I'm really uncomfortable with this. And what I'd like to do right now, and we'll see if anybody seconds it, we can have a debate on it, is I'm going to make a motion to defer the award and ask staff to come back with a recommendation on how to ensure, I guess the language is a recommendation regarding only allocating up to 3 areas per contractor.
Second it.
Mr. Mayor.
Hi, John.
I might suggest that there is a supplemental in-camera report that goes with this, which would give you some guidance, and if there was a desire to have that conversation, it could probably be dealt with in camera, either now or later in the meeting if you wanted to defer this item until you had that conversation. I think Andrew and Brad can probably give you that.
So in that case, maybe the motion should be to defer discussion on this to in camera at the end of our regular meeting, if that works for the mayor, rather than cut to in camera now. I'm not seeing a nod or a shake.
No, I mean, I don't know if we even need to go in camera, to be honest with you. There's only one item in camera, but we can certainly, and I don't know that it's that controversial, but we could, it's up to you. We can go either way. We can do in camera now, or we can, probably makes more sense to do in camera at the end if that's the wish of council.
So that'll be my motion, to move in camera at the end, to defer this discussion until we've gone in camera at the end of the regular scheduled meeting.
You might, I know there's a number of questions, you might want to clear away those questions before you defer this item at this point, but that's up to council.
If that pleases council, I'll come back and I'll make the motion to defer when everybody's had a chance to ask their questions. That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate all the perspectives. I think that for me, I keep going back to this year being a unique year. I certainly can respect the decisions of the past where, you're trying to we were trying to sort of level the playing field and such. And I'm a proponent of that. I'm a supporter of that in general. But I think, again, when I think about what we have to look at for our overall budget deliberations and any potential for raising taxes, whatever it might be, if we can flatline it, you know, that's where I want to be. But we have lots to consider. And I guess what I need to hear from staff, and whether that ends up in being an in-camera meeting or not, is around what kind of implications this has on our overall budget around I guess I'm going to back up for a second, because I've been looking at the 2015 report, and when you received that in 2015, you actually got to see all of the bids for all of the tenders. This report, we don't have that, and my instincts are to say, is this a good deal? Is this are we saving money, or can we save money? Are we doing the best we can do? And in particular this year, is this what's being proposed to us today, doing what we need to do to be the most responsible to our current economic climate and what we anticipate? We're going to have a struggle getting out of what has happened in this pandemic and the impact on the economy. For me, I keep going back to, what does this mean in the big picture when we start talking about tax rates and such? So without having more of that detail, and maybe that's in that report in camera, and that can be part of the in-camera consideration, but I want sort of some sense of have we done that? I know I have said in the budget deliberations, have we squeezed and tightened enough as a municipality to support any kind of flatlining of or holding of the tax rate? Have we done everything we can do? And if that accomplishes then I'm willing to look at that, because of the uniqueness of where we are at today. I cannot stress enough the impact of the downturn in the economy, the impact of COVID-19 on so many lost jobs, so many lost businesses. I want to know for sure that we've nailed it with this. And if we haven't, if we're going to consider shuffling the deck on this, I want to know what that means. If we are achieving what we need to in this one, and if we shuffle the deck and all of a sudden we're increasing this by hundreds of thousands of dollars, I can't see myself saying that's okay, because ultimately that's going to be on the backs of our taxpayers. And so that's, I'll wait and see what others have to say on it. It's really a contradiction for me, because I'm usually that person that can say, yeah, let's see if we can't share this. We have capable providers. We clearly do, because we are seeing that they each are getting contracts. And within that, I'm sure there are subcontracts and such, so that industries are still getting shares of some of the work, no matter what way we go. So that's for that. For now, I want to also suggest that in the future, certainly, or if we end up deferring this anything past today, or even between now and in camera, if we could get a sense of what all the bids were, similar to the report in 2015, that would be helpful to me. Blue bin usage, I absolutely agree that and I really appreciate hearing from you, Andrew, that the community has options for what they do with when they bring their bins out to the curbside for blue recycling. But I just want to remind people of the rodent pest situation in HRM is growing, and anything we can do to help facilitate that, I think, is a good idea. EP Eastern Passage, of course, within District 3, getting weekly recycling will be welcome, and I very much appreciate having that in the tender and service delivery as well. I am a proponent as well of the July to October organic green bin service. We rely on our constituents and our citizens to do their part in delivering good practices of resource waste management and environment recycling and such. And if we're going to do that, we need to give them the tools that they need, which includes the ability to take these products, the waste, organic waste or recycling waste or garbage off their properties as quickly as possible and for as long a period as possible. So for now, I'll leave it. I do look forward to hearing from the others. I don't know how much time I have, and we'll see where this goes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of the comments that I had were already outlined by staff or asked by council. I'm wondering really quickly, we did get correspondence from one of the businesses. I'm just wondering if that correspondence was reviewed because it is public and we didn't speak on that. The other piece is what actually Councillor Mason is asking, and it also relates to, for me, the social procurement administrative order, which again doesn't come into effect until April 1st, 2021. And in hindsight, if I would have went back and if I could go back in time, I would have asked for us to look at any contracts that are coming up that have a period as such as this, because 5 years from now, I most likely won't be here, and who knows on the current council table who approved that social procurement are going to be here. So to me, it's somewhat concerning, and we're so close to that April 1st mark that we don't have that built in. And it's good to see that there's a diversity inclusion training and whatnot. But I think as the city, we are trying as best as we can to include the social impacts of everything that we do. And this is an opportunity where I think we could have done it. So what I am wondering, and we're going to have a further discussion on deferral, but what I'm wondering today is when we look at this approval, what is the last, I'm not going to say date, but what is the date where you start to get worried on the approval for these contracts?
Andrew?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Good question. Quite honestly, as soon as possible, councillor. As part of this contract, some of the vendors will need to procure new vehicles. There's a lead time associated with that, and so we really do need to get his approval as reasonably soon as possible.
And if we were to theoretically say, postpone this approval, depending on what Councillor Mason's asking or what else might come up, what happens with the timeline? What happens at that point?
We would try to, as staff, we would try to come back to council quickly, right?
Okay.
It would be a priority to come back very, very quickly.
Right. So if you, in my perfect world, which I don't know how, legally, I don't even know how this works, but my perfect world would be we wait until April 1st and then include those social procurement pieces in it. But I'm assuming because the RFPs were already issued and we got bids, there are probably some legal impacts of us to go and reissue those RFPs.
Correct. I mean, it was a comprehensive procurement process, right? So it's not an easy thing at this point to go back and to implement a significant change, right?
Right. So, but is that something that, again, something that we could do?
I don't believe in the timelines that we have before us that is right. Something that we could accomplish in the form of sort of reissuing an RFP and getting that information from vendors, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. Okay, that's good. I'll wait until we have a further discussion on what Councillor Mason mentioned. For and in general, I think it's important that and this is for the CAO, for us, if we're going to have contracts like this come up before the April 1st, that information would be good for us to know, especially if we adopted the social procurement. So I appreciate all the work that has been done on this in particular, especially around the environmental piece. So, I kudos to that. The only thing that stuck out to me was the social procurement, and unfortunately, we don't have that. And the last thing is the correspondence we received. If you have any comments on that at all.
So from my end, no, I do not have any comments on that. It's not taken into consideration in anything that we are presenting to you today.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Smith and Andrew. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Andrew. So let's see. Councillor Mancini answered asked my questions about keeping it green. Councillor Daigle-Gammon touched on the living wage, and I can't help but think how much easier this conversation would be if we had extended producer responsibility. Yes, indeed. So just to clarify the conversation we had about using the blue bins to collect the recyclables, if what we are being asked to sign on to here today is a 5-year bag-based contract, does that mean we do not have a hope in HE22 hockey sticks in seeing blue bins at the ends of driveways in the next 5 years? That's question one. The other question I have with the communities or the areas that will be experiencing a change in companies, is that going to also mean a change in collection days for some of the residents? And finally, just wondering about, I know the conversation about Regroup having 5 contracts versus Green for Life and the other companies. Is Regroup a local company as opposed to, let me see, is Royal Environment based in Nova Scotia? Is Green for Life based in Nova Scotia? Just wondering about the origins of each of those companies. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So starting with bins. So councillor, as part of the information report on transitioning to a cart-based collection program, staff laid out, about a 2-year process that we would need to undergo in terms of further studying transition to a cart-based program, doing a pilot. If you recall, there were nuances around single stream recycling, which is not what we have. We have a multi-stream recycling program. And additionally, to your point, we don't have clarity on extended producer responsibility from the province. So we need that clarity before we make any sort of significant investment in the solid waste system, because the price of the carts is in the order of $26 to $30 million. So where that stands is that, again, as part of staff doing a strategy review over the next couple of years, the plan was to advance that discussion, that analysis around collection, because we will be taking a holistic look at the solid waste system. So that's the plan, to further examine transitioning to a cart-based collection program. And you are correct. If we transition to a cart-based collection program, it would be with the next set of collection contracts. The next thing with respect to collection changes, generally speaking, there will be there are some minor proposed collection changes, is from what I understand. This is normal with new collection contracts, new set of eyes look at the routes and want to optimize them. So I do understand there may be some minor proposed schedule changes, but that's it. To that extent, there's nothing overwhelming or overarching going to happen in terms of changes in schedules. And then lastly, with respect to the company, so Green for Life, GFL, Miller, I apologize, I don't know their corporate profiles kind of top of my head, but those are larger national, international companies. You would see Miller Waste or GFL across Canada. Regroup is part of the Municipal Enterprises group of companies. So generally, my understanding, their operations are here in Atlantic Canada. And lastly, Leo Beasley, my understanding is a local Halifax area company.
That one sounds as local as it gets. No, appreciate that, Andrew. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Stoddart.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and my fellow colleagues. I would just like to thank staff for your excellent work. And I'd also like to thank my fellow councillors for addressing my questions. So I have I don't have any more. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I have a question regarding service standards, and I'm just wondering, given that most of these contracts we're awarding are to companies that have worked with us before, I'm wondering how we evaluate past performance and how that factors in to the delivery of, to the awarding of new contracts. I've been getting a lot of calls since I've been elected around, garbage not being picked up, or one side of the street gets their blue bags picked up but not the other, or there seems to be like some ongoing issues around service delivery. So I see that one of the criteria here is around proponent corporate profile and reference experience. Given that we would be the company with the experience, I'm just wondering how that gets graded. In terms of looking at 311 calls, are there any metrics around that, around how particular areas, not just the companies, but looking at those geographic areas and how many 311 calls related to garbage are related to them, and how the plans moving forward are aimed at mitigating some of those issues. And I see too that one of the other ones here is data management, but yet I don't see anything about, in the data management criteria here, anything about recording, complaints or issues and mitigating them. So I have a bunch of questions around all of that and how it factors into these new contracts. And finally, I'm wondering about service delivery and adding in pickup at provincial parks, and even looking at having that service exchange with the province, but adding it into, what a service that we provide, through our contracts, in particular as it relates to litter, looking at environment, lessening environmental impact on extra vehicles on the roads. I have a few provincial parks here. They do not have any garbage bins in them because there's no one, the city, we're not going to pick up that garbage. So there's litter everywhere, in the bushes, blowing around the place, yet I see the garbage trucks drive right by there all the time. So I'm just wondering if there's any way to kind of look at how we can do a service exchange and include those in new contracts.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So great question on service standards, and generally speaking, what I would say to you is that all of the vendors that we currently work with have performed overall quite well. There are challenges that could come up from time to time. We do service 140,000 units a week. We do get about, it's kind of in the order of 100 to 200 calls a day via 311 with respect to solid waste collection. And so there are challenges that come up, right? And we certainly do our best. And my experience generally has been that the providers are customer service oriented, are quick to respond, and committed to providing good quality service to us. So, and I think with respect to these contracts, what we have amended to the contract, councillor, is one schedule that deals, it's about a 30-40 page document. It deals with the service standards, the attire, the times, the expectations. And so that is something built into the agreement, and sort of part of our oversight of that agreement includes, daily interactions with all the collection supervisors from these proponents. It's exchange of data every day. These vendors provide us spreadsheets that confirm, issues, where they've issued stickers, what time they started their routes, what time did they end. So there's constant communication that goes on day-to-day basis on an operational perspective. Additionally, what we've done in the past, Councillor, is we've had what we call once a year, we call it a hauler workshop, where we collect data, you know, and what we're seeing from the curbside program, and we meet with the haulers and all their staff, and the intention is to kind of review some of the things that we would like them to do a little bit differently or do a little bit better. Our plan with these new contracts is to try to increase that to a quarterly basis, where we're meeting with the hauler strategically. And it, you know, could be looking at stickering data, it could be looking at service request data, it could be, you know, targeting the route supervisors. Again, just to try to be in alignment and ensuring that the service is consistent across the municipality. With respect to 311 calls and metrics, it's a great question, and we do have metrics around those calls, the reasons for those calls, and so we do look at that periodically. Additionally, we do have metrics around our stickering program, where we reject waste at the curb, so we do constantly look at that data and use that to form our education programs. The last piece there I would just mention around provincial parks, a little bit of a tough one in that these collection contracts are geared towards the residential sector. So that's the extent of it. Under this contract, we don't service municipal buildings, we don't service municipal parks. And I would additionally add that service, that commercial service, is not necessarily compatible with the curbside program, because it all depends on what it is you're collecting. You know, are you tipping a roll-off bin? Well, these vehicles aren't equipped to tip a roll-off bin. So I certainly appreciate looking for opportunities to, you know, to work with parks with the province and stuff like that, but maybe that's something we could, you know, perhaps further discuss and try to brainstorm with some ideas.
Thank you very much. Councillor Outhill.
Thank you, Mayor, and Andrew, thank you for the presentation. Number of things that I wanted to bring up have been brought up, but I am going to dig into a couple of things here. A little bit surprised and disappointed, I guess, that, of course, I get, Andrew, very regularly from new residents the desire for blue and black bins that they have experienced when they've lived in other cities and other provinces. And I was hoping that we might be able to address that within the 5 years of these contracts, bearing in mind, as you quite correctly stated, that there are changes that have to be made, pilots and costs and this sort of thing. But I'm a little bit disappointed that perhaps we wouldn't be able to move faster on blue and black bins than 5 years. One of the things I know that's always been of great concern to all of us is the illegal dumping, and a number of my colleagues have touched on that. And you say reports coming to us in the next little while, and that's great. I still am a big fan of what I used to call cleanup or junk week. And I'm just wondering, and I know you can put out a big, you can put out a fridge, or you can put out a couch or whatever, as you said, Andrew, once. And but I'm just wondering, and we still have this in some of the rural areas, if any consideration has been given, or if the flexibility would be there in these contracts to bring back some sort of a junk week when people once a year could really make an effort of getting rid of the kind of stuff that might end up either accumulating in their homes, on their property, and unfortunately sometimes illegally dumped. As far as the 5 companies to 3 companies, when I first was elected, had Miller out here, and they did a great job. I was worried when they were replaced by GFL. GFL's done a great job. Haven't dealt with REE, but of course REE's parent company does a lot of snow removal for most of us and does a great job. So I'm not so worried about the companies per se, but and you've said you've done some due diligence on the 5 versus giving 5 contracts versus a maximum of 3. So if we could touch on that again. Councillor Mason is going to, I think, suggest that we go in camera. What I would like a little bit of clarification on before we go in camera, because I know most of us don't like to go in camera any more than we have to, is just from you or John, what exactly, if we wanted to discuss the benefits of the limiting to 3, if we wanted to address Becky's concern about what it might mean in increasing, ballpark what it might mean in increasing costs, I don't think that would be an in-camera issue. I'm just wondering what was felt would have to be dealt with in camera, wouldn't discuss publicly, just for clarification if we have to go in public. Those are my comments, Andrew, and thank you.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor. So just on Junk Week, Councillor, so the fact that we provide bulky collection, the fact that you can put out a sofa once a week with garbage collection is atypical. You're not going to find that across Canada and other municipalities. a lot of municipalities have exactly what you described. They don't allow you to put out that couch with every garbage collection. They have 2 weeks once a year, where you're doing spring cleaning and you can collect that. So I would suggest to you, actually, what we currently have is actually better than actually having a seasonal cleanup program, because you can put out a large item 12 months a year. And so that is more convenient for our residents than a more targeted program. But in short, no, we haven't considered anything further on expanding the service delivery there on that point. With respect to the 5 versus 3, maybe I'll defer to John Traves there to answer that question.
Thank you.
John, what are your thoughts on that?
Mr. Mayor, through council. So, as Andrew pointed out earlier, price is not the only factor in terms of the scoring of the successful candidates. If there is in fact a desire to go from 5 to a cap of 3, then I think that sort of a discussion around which 3 and on what terms is something that needs to be discussed in camera, given the scoring and the information that's in the in-camera report.
But the actual additional cost, could someone give that to us off the back of an envelope in public without going into that detail?
I would rather.
I think that was Becky's question.
I would strongly urge you to have that conversation in camera before you start swinging off the back of an envelope, to be frank.
All right, fair enough. I just thought I better ask.
Thank you. Okay, so I have, before I go back to Councillor Mason, and I think Councillor Cleary's question is to Councillor Mason's motion, I'll go to Councillor Mancini, who has another question, a separate question, perhaps?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Blackburn, for bringing up the Blue Bin report. So, Andrew, we have not seen that report yet. Is that correct, or did that come forward?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the councillor, that came forward in June. It was an information report to council.
Okay, so obviously I missed that. So you're telling me you need 2 years to make that happen. So if we wait till 5 years, this new contract is over, is it an additional 2 years, or in the last 2 years of the 5-year contract will be set up?
So just more clearly, councillor, it was an information report. We laid out what we would need to do. Ultimately, the outcome of that information report was a council motion on solid waste to draft terms of reference for a solid waste strategy review tied to the province providing clarity on extended producer responsibility. So I hope next fiscal year we'll be in front of council with a staff report on the terms of reference for strategy review, and I envision as part of that further examining the cart-based collection program. So we have no timelines, plans at this point. If we were to implement a cart-based collection program, I would envision that being with the next round of collection contracts. I would hope, that would be certainly, if it was 5 years and we wanted to end the contracts, it would be then, but certainly at the most, it obviously would be 7 years.
Well, and hopefully our friends down the street, the province, are listening. As Councillor Blackburn brought forward, extended producer responsibility is what every municipality in Nova Scotia wants. And we should be in place as the rest of the country is doing so. Federal government is coming forward. We're banning other single-use plastic bags, single-use plastic. And so that is the direction. So I look forward to that report when we have that conversation, Andrew, because really, if we're moving forward a 5-year contract, that new contract should start with that Blue Bin program. So I would hate to have to wait 7 years. If we have to wait 5 years, so be it. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, Councillor Mason.
Too many windows open. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to defer further discussion of this motion to the in-camera session.
Second.
Councillor Russell, second.
Second by Councillor Hensby. Anything else on it, Councillor Mason? Councillor
No,
Cleary?
I think we've talked sufficiently.
Councillor Cleary?
Based on what Mr. Traves said, and I think where the conversation is going, I think, Mr. Mayor, my questions would best be in camera.
Okay. So Councillor Mason is proposing that we go in camera at the end of the meeting to further this conversation. Do I need to take a vote on that, John, or can we just?
Ian?
For Ian?
I think we can.
Sorry, John.
Go ahead, Ian.
I think we can go ahead and take a vote on that. Yes.
Okay, so the motion of Councillor Mason, seconded by Councillor Hensby, as we go in camera to further discuss. Ready for the question?
Beginning with District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor?
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
In favor.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Sure.
10, Councillor Morse.
Favor of the motion.
District 11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhitt.
Okay.
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Mayor Savage.
Okay. So that's what we'll do. Colleagues, we are at 3:10. We're going to take a break and come back in 20 minutes at 3:30 at the bottom of the hour. All right? 3:30.
Just to confirm, you'll be returning back to this meeting. There is no other meeting agenda for you to go to at the moment.
I'm glad you're there, David. I was just wondering who was in the right meeting. I'm glad you're there, David. I wasn't sure if I was in the right meeting or not.
I was just starting to wonder when we resume.
Yeah.
I thought this was being deferred to the latter part of the meeting when we go on camera for other matters. I thought we were going to continue with the rest of the agenda.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
my impression.
Yeah.
That's what I thought too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe we are. We still have one more minute. It's only 3:29.
Okay.
And to confirm that that is the plan, that is the meeting. Everyone's in the correct place. Everyone's in the right meeting.
Thank you.
And just a reminder that the audio is being broadcast.
Thank you.
Ian, how are we doing in terms of numbers?
As of last check, we're waiting for Councillor Cuddle, Kent, Lovelace, and Mancini, but some of them may have joined since. Give us 1 second.
I'm here. Lovely.
I need Mancini for the next motion.
I do not see him yet.
So are we in the in-camera session or back in public?
Public. We're in public.
Okay.
So we are just waiting for Councillor Cuddle and Councillor Mancini. Oh, and Councillor Kent, my apologies.
All right, Councilor Mancini, are you with us?
Councillor Mancini is not in the meeting yet.
Spirit's gone for an extra long walk.
All right, Councilor Mancini?
We are working on reaching him right now.
Yeah, me too. He's not near the meeting, is he? In the in-camera, perhaps?
No, we just actually had someone go check that meeting, so we'll continue checking back.
Thank you.
Is this the spot for the meeting, Mayor?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
All right, let's go live. We got Councilor Mancini back. Okay, we're back. We'll continue with the meeting. Item 11.1.2, endorsement of Millbrook Reserve on Shannon Park. Councilor Mancini.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, let me grab my agenda. Put the following motion on the floor, then I'll speak to it. The Halifax Regional Council authorized the mayor to write a letter on behalf. I'm getting some feedback. I don't know where that's coming from. That's me or somebody else. Let me try that again. That the Halifax Regional Council authorized the mayor to write a letter on behalf of the Halifax Regional Council endorsing the Millbrook First Nations creation of a reserve on a section of the Shannon Park lands and confirming the municipality's intention to enter into a municipal service agreement with Millbrook First Nation, and to direct the Chief Administrative Officer to initiate negotiation of the municipal service agreement with Millbrook First Nation when the reserve is formally approved and the development process commences. So moved.
Second, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. I appreciate that. Just to bear with me here, Mr. Mayor. So my questions is around for staff on this, Mr. Mayor, is, first of all, a lot of people have been asking about Shannon Park and why is it taking so long and why aren't we moving forward? There's been a lot of reasons for delays. The center plan, Canada Lands were waiting for the center plan. The stadium slowed things down. Is the stadium going to go there? Not going to go there. COVID-19 arrived, that delayed it. My understanding that there's a development agreement application that's been made by Canada Lands right now. So this is separate to it, but it is connected. And I'm wondering if staff can speak to when the request is to send a letter supporting a reserve. Could you give us, staff, to give us a definition of when they say reserve in relationship to the Shannon Park land, what does that mean? So I don't know who's here from staff.
Mayor, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I can speak to that.
Mr. DeBay, give her.
Okay, thank you very much. So this reserve creation has been a long-standing file and one that's been consistent with our efforts in relation to reconciliation with our First Nation communities. So in 2014, Canada Lands actually acquired about 87 acres, 33 hectares of land at Shannon Park from the Department of National Defence. So Indigenous Services Canada, of course, retained approximately 9 acres or 3.6 hectares of the site at Tufts Cove for the transfer of the Millbrook First, for transfer to the Millbrook First Nation as an addition to their reserve lands. So if you think about it that way, it's adjacent to what people commonly refer to as Shannon Park. So it's the Tufts Cove site, which is just sort of to the east of the Shannon Park, what's known as the Shannon Park lands. So Millbrook has been working collaboratively with Canada Lands to ensure alignment of the reserve with the overall development plan of the Shannon Park area. So staff from Indigenous Services Canada, Atlantic region, are in the final stages of preparing a ministerial order package to formally create the new reserve at Shannon Park, representing, or Tufts Cove, representing approximately 10% of the Shannon Park lands, so-called. So as part of that ministerial package, municipal endorsement is required, as well as a stated commitment by the municipality, by HRM, to enter into a municipal services agreement with Millbrook First Nation once development plans have been actually finalized. So the addition to reserve process involves acquiring a survey of the land to Canada Land standards, acquiring a phase 1 environmental site assessment and completing any recommended environmental remediation, consulting with the First Nations in the region to ensure there are no treaty rights being encroached upon, and informing the province and HRM of the planned reserve creation, addition to reserve, and addressing any third-party interests on the land using Indian Act instruments such as permits and or licenses. So all of the above noted policy requirements I just mentioned have been met for the proposed reserve at Shannon Park or Tufts Cove. So Indigenous Services Canada is now at that last step, which is submitting a ministerial order to the Minister of Indigenous Services to officially set apart the lands as reserve. And in HRM, I believe Millbrook has reserve lands in Porter's Lake, for example, and
Coal Harbor.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry. And so this is not new. You know, many of these reserves are off, or they're sort of seen to be off the traditional reserve lands of First Nations, but this is all part of treaty negotiations between the federal government and First Nations across the country. So in terms of that municipal services agreement, it is our understanding that Millbrook still needs to finalize their development plans before they know for sure what services they may require of us. So, however, you know, that said, they may be looking for things like sewer, water, snow removal, and fire protection. So you may also wonder what will change when the land becomes a reserve. Well, Canada already has, the government of Canada already has administration and control of the land and will continue to be the land holder. However, Millbrook will enjoy and have the responsibility for the day-to-day use and management of the land once it becomes part of their reserve going forward. So the other thing I would say here, Mr. Mayor, is that municipal bylaws don't apply on reserve. In fact, First Nations can implement their own bylaws for reserve land. That being said, one of the things we will want to discuss with the Millbrook First Nation as part of the municipal services agreement is bylaw harmonization, to ensure that our respective bylaws are in sync to the extent possible with each other. So, Mr. Mayor, the administration is supportive of this reserve addition and recommends that council approve the motion that is on the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. DeBay, that's a very good explanation. Thank you. I had lots of inquiries from residents, and this is very important, colleagues. I really think that, in chatting myself with the Millbrook Reserve folks, they're going to align quite well to what Canada Lands is proposing. And so this endorsement, I fully support it. I ask my colleagues to do the same. Thank you for that explanation, Jacques. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I too support moving forward with this as expeditiously as possible. It's funny, I've been in discussions in meetings where Chief Glode and others from Millbrook and others from the federal government have talked about this, and I thought the addition to reserve, the ATR, was done. So that was my only, and you've already answered that question, Jacques. We're at the very end of that process. Returning the lands in Turtle Grove to the Mi'kmaq, who historically had been there up to the Halifax explosion, is an important step in reconciliation. I know, though, that there will be obviously an element of commemoration and cultural recognition that's going to happen there, but also this is an unparalleled opportunity for the people of Millbrook. Chief Glode's been very clear about this. They want to align very strongly with Canada Land's plan and develop that land and turn this into revenue for the band, so that they have non-federal government transfer-based revenue coming in to help assist with programming and delivering services to their people. And so I think that this is excellent. It won't be the first municipal service agreement that HRM has entered into. We have them with other reserve lands around HRM. I would ask that, if possible, that the nature of the relationship should be public, right? The practice in the 60s and 70s was these are all secret private things, and we have to talk with the band, and if they request and require that it be private, we have to respect that. But our own residents, both theirs and ours, would benefit, in my opinion, from that agreement, the nature of the agreement being public, so that everybody has the same reference. But other than that one comment or concern, I think this is great, and I strongly support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you. Councillor Hensley.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. I'm also in support of this move forward, but I'm hoping that in the near future, as Councillor Mason talked about, there'll be some more open transparency in regards to what the land is going to be utilized for. I think it's being a harborfront property, there's going to be a great opportunity for the Millbrook band to have a cultural entertainment center. With that comes gaming rights, so probably another casino on the waterfront. So I think that's a possibility that could occur here. I'm also curious with this report moving forward and stuff, at what point will the municipality be looking into those other contractual obligations or opportunities? There was going to be, you said earlier, about the requirements for water and sewer hookup, as well as snow clearing services, whatever the case may be. Policing might be another matter, we don't know yet. But I'm kind of curious in regards to these contractual obligations when they come forward. For instance, would there be any capital cost contributions for any infrastructure improvements for road networks and stuff in the area be attributed to that? Being reserve lands, are they even applicable to any particular liens from a municipality? I'm also concerned, I don't know if there's any taxation privileges or rights on reserve land, so I don't know if the municipality will gain anything in the tax base here or not. That perhaps that should be clarified or confirmed or not. And my last point is hopefully that we don't repeat a problem we had in history where we had, I believe, water and sewer hooked up to the Cole Harbor Reserve lands that were done back, I believe it might have been I don't know if it's the dying days of the county or the early days of amalgamation, but the cost of those connections had to be absorbed by the municipality because the contract, I guess you could say, was not honored and was never paid for. So I think it was a write-off of the municipality at the time. So I'm hoping that those things that don't reoccur again. So I want to make sure we know up front what contractual obligations both parties have.
Mayor, through you to the councillor, in the context of negotiating a municipal services agreement, all the issues that you spoke to, councillor, will be addressed. So the question of what services, who pays for what, it will all be negotiated. When we provide services, we're a service provider, so so you can assume by that it will be a charge for services rendered, right? So that we provide them both in terms of any operating services that we deliver or any other matter pertaining to any capital improvements. We'd be looking for cost recovery, obviously, on all of those. So that'll be all part of the negotiation as we go forward. Once the ministerial order has been actually issued. So the next step, of course, is Indigenous Services Canada, Atlantic region will, assuming that this motion gets approved, will then take that letter of approval from the municipality, endorsement to the minister, and the minister will make a decision. We'll be advised of that decision. And once that decision is made, we'll be in a position then to start sitting down with the Millbrook First Nation, negotiate a municipal service agreement, assuming that they're willing to do so. And that agreement ultimately will be brought back to council for endorsement. And certainly it'll be an open and transparent process. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby, you're good? Thank you. Councillor Cottle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, most of my questions have already been answered. They were around zoning and land use. I'm glad to hear that negotiations are going to include bylaw harmonization. I think that it's very, very interesting. This is a very, very interesting deal. Creating some reserve land at Tufts Cove, there's a historical context there, and I think in terms of looking at reconciliation, this is all wonderful. One thing I would be interested in understanding a little bit more about is what our ongoing relationship will be with this new government structure. So it's essentially as far as I can understand, it is another level of government, which will be operating within our municipality, which we will have to have ongoing government relationship with. I'm just wondering if you can speak to that a little bit.
Sure. So thank you through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So yes, we do have a fairly strong relationship with our First Nation communities, with the Nova Scotia Assembly of First Nation Chiefs, through the mayor and Councillor Mason, who's sort of the designated councillor with respect to that relationship. We have a good relationship with them, and also have a relationship with the executive director of that organization. We also have relationships with, this will not be the first arrangement that we have with Millbrook, because they, in Cole Harbor, obviously they have some treaty lands there as well that have been granted, and they have some economic development opportunities going on there. So this would simply be building on a relationship that's already strong, and one that we want to continue to foster going forward. Understanding that both have different governance models and we're also respectful of our of those and try to work, do our best to work together. And I would add that, you know, we're also involved in a number of other files in relation to our relationship with the Mi'kmaq Nation, and you know, not the least of which would be former Red Cross site here near Citadel Hill. So those are all that we've been working on. You know, just name but a few, but you know, that's how that relationship works. We have regular communication and a respectful and constructive relationship.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a few comments. First of all, to congratulate Chief Blode and, you know, Millbrook First Nation for reaching this point. It does take a long time to go through negotiations with the federal government, so it's wonderful to see this moving forward. In Hammonds Plains, we have Acadia First Nation and Speganagity. We have not had the level of transparency in the past, and so there's been a lot of misinformation, unfortunately, in the community. So I would like to echo what my colleague, Councillor Mason, said about transparency and ensure that the municipality is able at every point to provide you know, information on this process. As you've said, Mr. Dubé, this is not the first time and this is not the first relationship that we've had, but this is a new environment, a new landscape in which we're doing it, in recognition of reconciliation and transparency and good government and nation to nation building. So I think it's a great opportunity. I just would like to make sure that staff is thinking through how we can effectively communicate this process, and also ensure that we assist Millbrook First Nation to the best of our ability in a transparent and positive relationship. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to speak on this too for a second. It's ironic for me that when I was elected to Parliament in 2004, the first big issue I had was Shannon Park. And at that time, we thought it would all be dealt with by 2006, 2007. We had the Minister of the Federal Crown come down and look at the area, and we had great plans. And I held a town hall in 2005. At that point, it was going to be the site of Commonwealth Stadium for the Commonwealth Games. It was going to be the 2014 Commonwealth Games. That didn't happen. Canada Lands came in. But through that whole period, the interest of Millbrook and of the Mi'kmaq people in that site, as has been mentioned, goes way back. They have a history there, but even back then, it was understood that Millbrook would have a piece of this land. They've been very cooperative with whoever has been the authority to determine what happens with the rest of Shannon Park. They've been very, very interested in doing things together and very supportive. And I would also say, Councillor Mason in particular, but other councillors and myself have had a very good relationship with the Mi'kmaq chiefs and a number of the Mi'kmaq leaders, KMK and others over the last number of years. One of the things of which I'm most proud as mayor, and I think this is a step forward. So it's a very positive day. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Thank you, Jacques, and to the staff. And I think this is really kind of important. So thank you all. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning in District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
District 10, Councillor Morse.
Voting in favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Absolutely voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
District 16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
Yes, I'm happy to vote in favor today.
And Mayor Savage.
in favor, so that carries, and I offer my best wishes to Chief Glode, his councillors, and his people, and the Mi'kmaq Nation. All right, folks, we're going to move to 11.1.3. This is the proposed disposal of Park West School Park. We're going to go to Councillor Stoddard on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, it is my pleasure to bring forward this item. Proposed disposal of Park West School. The Halifax Regional Council to direct the Chief Administrative Officer to 1, work with the province to undertake a community consultation on the possible disposal of the Park West School parkland, identified in PIDs 406-82411, 407-24619, and 407-74077 to the province for the proposed school, as outlined in the staff report dated December 13, 2020. 2, give notice in accordance with the Charter Section 283-14 of the municipality's intention to consider the disposal of the said municipal parkland to the future at the future regional council meeting, and 3, subject to the community consultation, return to regional council for consideration of the proposed disposal of said municipal parkland pursuant to the intergovernmental transfer provisions under Administrative Order 50 and Administrative Order 2018-2004. I so move.
Thank you.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Seconded by Councillor Cleary. Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and fellow councillors. I'm very excited to make this motion. It's a wonderful opportunity to support our youth in such a diverse and growing area of District 12 and the greater HRM. We have a chance to work with our staff and the province to get some badly needed infrastructure while addressing the overcrowding of Park West School. The school was opened in September 2000, and the building was designed to accommodate approximately 560 students. Now it is close to 900 students with 9 portables to handle the overflow. I've heard from the residents during the 2016 and 2020 election, and even today by phone and email. The parents are engaged, well-informed, and very passionate about their school. This new school is long overdue. There are some concerns about the location expressed by other residents. This includes safety of the new pre-primary students, traffic, impact to parkland, and busing. I share their concerns, and therefore we will have a community consultation. Hopefully they can be addressed to everyone's satisfaction. The location of the province's preferred, this is the location of the province's preferred site. It is due to the location within the heart of the community and the proximity to existing Park West School and its sports field, which will now be shared. I have heard from parents, and we had the opportunity to address overcrowding. I do not want to miss the opportunity for the province and HRM staff to enhance the indoor and outdoor recreational facilities as well as infrastructure. And I hope my fellow colleagues will agree. Thank you, staff, for your thorough report, and I thank you, Mayor and colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stoddard. Well done. Anybody else on this? For the
Mr. Mayor, may I speak?
Councillor Smith.
Tony can go. I'll go after Tony.
Councillor, oh, there he is. Oh, you're first, Councillor Smith.
Okay.
Go ahead,
I heard Tony.
Sorry.
All right.
Yeah.
Tony just likes to jump in without putting his name on the list. It's okay. We still love you, Tony. Really quickly, thank you, Arnold, for bringing this forward. I have a question in terms of the timeline when this came to us. So when you look at the report, I believe the letter that was in the report from the province said that there was initial discussion. I'm assuming initial. Well, there was a initial letter June 9, 2020, and then a discussion that happened December 9, 2020, and then obviously the last letter that was addressed to Denise Schofield December 16th. So is this kind of the timeline of what we've seen to get to this place today? And I'm not sure who can answer those questions.
Okay, do we have Denise or?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, Denise Schofield, Executive Director of Parks and Recreation. That's essentially the timeline, Councillor. The municipality was received a request in June about a couple of sites. We wrote back and outlined the process. We then were asked to attend a meeting with the province in December. And then the subsequent letter that is attached to the report was sent to me on the 16th, requesting as a quick response, because obviously the province is looking to move the school forward quickly. But that is the timeline.
Thank you. And you don't have to comment on this, but I just find it so funny that their issues become so dire and important that, and they need us to work at the best of our ability as fast as we can, because it's the utmost importance to them. And if we don't do this, the world will explode. But when we come to them with projects or initiatives or even small acts, we can go back to 2008, I believe, is one of our requests that's still sitting in the file cabinet of some minister back in then. We can't do that. So, I support us moving forward this process and making sure that the community is engaged and has that. But the provincial folks who are watching, we not only have had many requests not related to schools, but ones even related to schools when it comes to the Bloomfield and schools all over with HRM. When we try to engage a process, it seems that we can't get the same type of expediency that they expect from us. And then I just hope that in the future, this relationship will shift a little bit, where we're not, we're not playing the run as fast as we can game because they've asked us to. I just hope that we can get to a better place. And with that, I think we also need to, because I understand they want to do this as soon as possible for whatever reasons that they have, making sure that if we're involved, we understand how to hold engagement sessions, and we do a very good job at it considering other government levels and how the experience that we have as HRM. So I want to just make sure that we're not, because they're asking us to do it as fast as possible, we're not cutting any corners when it comes to our engagement, because we do it great and we try to work with residents as best as we can. And I hope that we're, not allowing them to determine how fast we need to do the engagement. So I don't think I need to, or any of us need to put anything forward in that, because I'm hoping that staff will put their foot down and make sure that the process happens with residents, not at residents. And I appreciate all the work that our staff have done on this, and that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And certainly take your point on a positive front. We no longer have any requests out to the province that began pre-Confederation. Everything is more current than that. But your point is well taken. We have a consultation process, and we will follow our consultation process, Denise.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, just to clarify, so the province actually doesn't have to do any consultation. They're under the charter, they can exempt themselves from all that. It's through the discussions that we as staff have had with the provincial staff, and the fact that this is a piece of parkland, we've asked and they've agreed to do essentially a true consultation process. All that is legally required is a notification in the newspaper, but this is an important project. We want to ensure that we hear from the residents, so that is why, and they have agreed that there should be a proper consultation.
Right. And the actual location of the school is not our issue, Denise, in terms of where
correct.
It goes.
Correct. This is, in fact, many of the decisions about this and how this project will move forward is actually not the municipalities in the municipalities' authority. This is really a request to purchase the land. Any of the feedback from the consultation will be up to the province to decide how to incorporate that in this project.
Councilor Mencini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good for you, Councillor Smith. You're absolutely correct. You know, HRM is the largest municipality in Atlantic Canada and the economic driver for the region. And it's funny, when we ask, it takes so long. But that wasn't the reason why I buzzed in, Mr. Mayor. Quick question for staff. If this motion is approved, how quickly will the public consultation start? How quickly can they start?
I don't think we can give a definitive date today, Councillor, because we will need to be working with the province on the timeline. So that is something that we'll be coming back with more details on what the timeline would be once we have a chance to work with them.
Yeah, thank you, Denise. So it'll be interesting because they wanted to move fast. I bet she'll come back pretty quick, as Councillor Smith was mentioning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff. I support this.
Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to say I feel that the mayor has thrown out a challenge to all the history buffs and archivists who may be watching or paying attention to find what outstanding issues we requested of the province pre-Confederation that were never answered, because I bet you in those 25 years there's at least a couple. So that's the first one. I do think that having us involved with consultation, it's double-edged sword. I know from the Lamarche and St. Thomas School Build that the kind of intensive engagement that we do at HRM for the kind of city building, parks and recreation stuff that we do is not what they do. So, you know, us trying to raise the bar there potentially could blow back on us a little bit, because we ultimately don't make the decision, the minister does and the cabinet does. So I think we need to know that. But I think it's good that we are going to be involved in that process, and I think it could be a real assistance to the community. One thing I wanted to flag, though, and I'm interested to hear both what Denise and Jacques might think about this, is I don't think we should actually sell them the land. I think that, you know, these parkland dedications are critical to our future use. And you look at what's happening on the peninsula in the older suburbs, where schools get built, schools get closed. You know, I think some kind of long-term lease arrangement similar to what we have right now on the sites that were built by the previous municipal units is the way to go, rather than handing it over, because then who knows what could go there sometime in the future. And so I'm wondering if that's been explored, whether or not some kind of lease or, you know, $1 now in perpetuity kind of thing could be considered.
So, Councillor, you would actually note that there is an alternative to only explore a long-term lease that could be put forward. The province has requested to purchase outright, and as Councillor Smith noted, this is moving quite quickly. That's some of the discussion on potentially, instead of an outright transfer, whether a long-term lease is an option, is some of the discussion that we would still be having through this consultation and work with the province. When we bring the report back after the consultation, if that's something that the province is willing to consider instead of the direct outright request, we would bring that option back as well.
You know, that was the politest way a staffer has ever said, if you read the report, it says. So thank you for that, Denise. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. You know, like
I know you get a lot of reports, so.
Sometimes when you're trying to maximize your time, you just say, Iona, Catherine, are you good with this? And that's basically the due diligence. But yeah, as long as that's there, you know, I would encourage staff to push very hard for that. And I would argue, in fact, you know, just like we're talking about for other disposals of land, especially around affordable housing, that maybe we need to move away from a lot of sale of land and move to leases just generally, both for private development and not-for-profit development, that we should probably make it a requirement rather than a suggestion. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Curie.
So just to follow up on Councillor Mason's point, though, Mr. Mayor, so to Denise, Alternative 3 talks about exploring that long-term lease. If we're going to explore that, then would we not have to move that motion now? Because if we say let's sell it, then the province, there's no leverage then for the province to say, no, we'll definitely consider a lease. Because one of the things that we could do, and I'm not sure if this has been part of the discussion, and the point is well taken, and I know Councillor Stoddard mentioned some of the issues about parkland in the area, is if you look at the current site and you look at those three pieces of property to the south, if the new school goes there, then where the old school was is obviously going to be demolished and would likely become green space again. I don't know. But if we don't enter into a discussion now, we wouldn't be able to say swap the land and get that northern part as a park. And I don't know what the agreement would be. Many of our schools that have active facilities around them, those schools have provincially operated and maintain facilities within close proximity to the actual building. But once you get out into the playgrounds, the fields, they're usually ours. So I don't know if there's been any discussion. I didn't see anything in the report, and maybe that's part of the consultation. Maybe that's part of the negotiation. I'm not sure, but I would hate to see us as a municipality lose some of the land. Do we have to go with alternative 3 now to enter into that discussion? Do we lose leverage if we don't? And can we still sell, but maybe swap for the other portion of the land at a later time? What's your comfort level in moving forward with either the motion on the floor or alternative 3 at the moment, given the discussions you've had, preliminary as they probably are, with the province?
Well, let's go to Jacques. He wants to speak on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Very comfortable with the motion that's on the floor. Except that we're not taking off the lease option off the table in terms of the conversation with the province. I would also put it to you this way, that we are having discussions with the province in the context of this property and many other properties that we own and the province owns, and there's some ongoing discussions right now around swapping various parcels of land throughout HRM with the province based on what their needs are and what our needs are and those kinds of things. So it's all wrapped up into a larger, to your point, and you're absolutely right. It's all wrapped up into a larger conversation around what the needs are of both parties. But I'm more than comfortable with the motion that's on the floor. It doesn't take away our leverage necessarily. Province knows that they're saying they prefer to own it, and we're saying, well, let's have a conversation, and let's have a conversation about other properties as well, because there are numerous opportunities for both parties to trade. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, just quickly as a follow-up, then our process is that even once we get through the second part of the motion, it still has to go through AO 50 and we have to have a public hearing, we have to dispose of it. So, I guess there's still an off-ramp for us at that point, because we could always say no, regardless of whatever the negotiation is. So, okay, I'm comfortable with that given what staff have said. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question. Beginning in District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor?
6, Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
Voting in favor.
District 11, Councillor Cuttle.
Favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Absolutely voting in favor.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
And Mayor Savage.
In favor, so that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Stoddard. Colleagues, we're going to move to 1114. This is HRM asset names. Council, what is your wish?
I would like to move that, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
I'd be delighted to have you move that, Councillor Austin.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 approve the addition of the name Janet Kitts to the existing commemorative names list as shown on attachment A of the staff report dated January 13th, 2021. 2, approve the administrative park names as shown on attachment B of the staff report dated January 13th, 2021. And 3A, approve the name Shirley Splash Pad as the approved municipal park feature asset name for the proposed Dartmouth Commons Splash Pad in memory of Shirley Clark, pursuant to the gifting section of the Administrative Order 46. 3B, accept the proposed $110,000 community gift from the Clark family to be applied to the capital costs of the development of the proposed Dartmouth Commons Splash Pad.
I'll second that, Councillor Russell.
Seconded by Councillor Russell. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Russell. And a big thank you to staff who very much turned this report around on a dime, given our budget pressures. And this being a project that is, my understanding was it will be in our capital budget. It was on our advanced tender list, so a project for this year. The big thing that's come from this is very much many thanks to Shirley Clark's family. Shirley lived in the area nearby, and this is a nice way to memorialize her and give back to the community at the same time. And so a big thank you to them for their generosity, but a big thanks as well to the Dartmouth Splash Pad group. The group has been working on a splash pad project in Dartmouth for, it's got to be the last 3-4 years now. And this donation, I'm not sure would be before us here if it weren't for all the hard work, engagement, working with our staff that has gone into getting this far. So thank you very much to the Friends of the Dartmouth Splash Pad, and thank you very much to the Shirley Clark family for their generosity here and community spirit. So with that, colleagues, I would encourage us to accept this donation, and the Dartmouth Commons Splash Pad will be Shirley's Splash Pad. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. I too want to acknowledge this group. You know, very often as councillors, we have groups say, wouldn't it be great to have X or wouldn't it be great to have Y? Well, this group said, wouldn't it be great to have a splash pad, and we'll raise some money and we'll do some of the work to get it started. And they've done that. That's fantastic. So I support the naming of this pad, the splash pad. Actually, my question is not related to this, but I'm wondering, is staff here? Is our asset, our name guru, is she here online, Mr. Mayor, do you know?
I think Gail is probably with us.
Gail, just a quick question related to naming our assets. What's the status of the name Mel Boutlier? Because I continue to get Dartmouth residents asking me about that.
Mr. Mayor, Gail McLean, Civic Addressing Coordinator. As you know, Mr. Boutlier's name was approved and has been on the list, and we have been continuing to look for opportunities to place that name and have yet to come up with that yet. We're always willing to work with applicants if they'd like to explore other options, change their geography or their asset preferences. It does often expedite placement when they're more flexible on their placement options.
Thanks, Gail. I'll reach out to the groups and that keep asking me about it, and maybe I'll look at the geography. I appreciate it. I support the motion that's on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to say a word on this. I certainly concur with what Councillor Austin and Councillor Mancini said. I asked the question yesterday when this came up at agenda review, like, where are we in terms of all the names that are on the list? I feel sometimes as if we're creating anticipation among people that things are going to be named very quickly in honor, particularly of their loved ones. So I'm just, not a question, Gail, but I'm just wondering if we could get a report, maybe just an information report that gave us a status of how many names are on our list that have been approved, so that we can get a sense of how long the list is. Is that something that's possible, Gail?
Mr. Mayor, that is possible. We have all the dates that were approved. We know which ones have been reserved for future developments. There are some that haven't been placed but have been reserved for phases of future subdivisions. So I could give you a comprehensive inventory of where the list is today.
Thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, ready for the question?
Question.
Beginning with District 6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
Voting in favor of the motion.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
Voting in favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Otit.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
Wholeheartedly in favor.
Mayor Savage.
In favor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Austin. My colleagues, the next item is 11.1.5, and this is an update on the Halifax Convention Centre that the CAO specifically wanted to give. Jacques?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of Regional Council. This is an update request as a result of a question around whether or not the convention center could be used for a temporary shelter. So in the early days of COVID, the convention center was considered for a number of uses, but at that time we didn't know what to expect from the buyers, obviously, and we've learned a lot since, but it was determined that the site may be needed for medical purposes. So we turned our attention at that time to recreation facilities as better options for temporary shelters, as they were closer to the client's daily activities, and we did that. So the convention center reopened to event hosting in September 2020 and hosted about 30 events up until the most recent gathering limitations were actually put in place. So those events included local and regional trade shows, meetings, and entertainment, and an entertainment series, all of which drove people into the downtown core to eat in restaurants and stay in hotels. So the convention center is one of the only convention centers in the country to be hosting in-person events of any size at the moment. And of course, and by being able to host limited events, the convention center continues to drive activity for local businesses and the economy. So since the temporary public gathering restrictions were put in place in late November, the convention center team has been conducting routine maintenance on the facility and to ensure it is ready to resume event hosting as soon as possible. That includes annual regulatory requirements on components such as fire safety, escalator and elevators, and kitchen systems, etc. So in relation to the current situation, events at the convention center will resume once that those public gathering limitations are eased. A couple of dozen events are actually booked from now until the end of March, possibly including the rescheduling of some events that had to be canceled in the past. Many of those events are being hosted by local businesses and organizations, providing much needed revenue during a very challenging time. So in addition to driving community vibrancy and people downtown, hosting these events instills confidence with both convention center clients and other event organizers that events can be safely hosted here in Halifax. This will help with the longer term outlook of the industry and resumption of event hosting, driving more significant economic impact for our city, hopefully. So given the upcoming events planned in the center, including being used as a rapid COVID-19 testing site going forward, as has been in the past, and the ongoing maintenance required for the facility, it is important that the convention center remain focused on its mission, which is planning for and safely hosting local and regional events. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jacques. Not seeing any questions, so we will. I don't see any other. Oh yeah, sorry, Councillor Lovelace, item number 12.1. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Hubbard Streetscape project, I have a motion to put on the floor, so I'm going to read that. It has been amended, and I just want to say thank you very much for staff to working with me to get this just right. So I move that Halifax Regional Council requests a staff report with respect to funding a portion of the Hubbard Streetscape project community plan.
Second it.
There was a seconder?
There's a seconder from Councillor Hensby, yep.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Thank you, colleagues. I'm really pleased to be able to speak to the Hubbard Streetscape project today. And I just want to acknowledge all the folks who wrote letters and sent all the positive feedback to my fellow councillors so that you could get an understanding of the support overall for this project. It's been going on for a number of years, as well as this overwhelming appreciation for the many organizers and volunteers who have been advocating for a safer, more vibrant and walkable Hubbards. For many of you may be familiar that Hubbards is a community divided by county lines, and some would say that that is an artificial, invisible barrier, creating disconnect within their community. But at the same time, it is quite visible when you enter that, pass through that HRM line onto Lunenburg County. You see these beautiful sidewalks, and so it is quite visible. Now it is a thriving family, lovely community, very vibrant, and in fact in 2014 the municipality's regional plan identified Hubbards as a rural growth area. And so at the time, council saw the potential for this community to grow. However, the community did not receive, I don't think, adequately connections within the community and the tools and the various different ways to create a vibrant, walkable, connected, age-friendly community. So the volunteers of the Hubbard Streetscape Project, right now they're taking advantage of various funding initiatives available to rural communities. They're working with all kinds of partners to redesignate this provincial highway, Highway number 3, St. Margaret's Bay Road, to a main street. And the volunteers have been working with Nova Scotia Department of Transportation Infrastructural Renewal. They've been working with the local councillor, yes, the MLA. They do have matching funds already confirmed by ACOA. So they've been working really hard to get this money together to develop a community plan. And they're looking right now at a deadline to secure that ACOA funding, the matching funding, by March 31st this year, or it's lost. They've already done so much within the community. They've installed speed radar signs at the school. They've addressed communications by having community meetups at the barn, at the market barn. They've worked going door knocking to talk to people about the project. They have selected Uplands, an urban planning firm, to work with them to develop this amazing plan. And so I wanted to talk with you today about the opportunity to actually look at some of the different ways that we as a municipality can contribute to assist some of these rural communities to access the funding that's out there, but to develop these community plans. And as Councillor Hensby can speak to better than me, back in 2007, when Musquodoboit Harbour was designated a rural district growth area, you know, it took a number of years to get to the point where they had a master conceptual plan to build Musquodoboit Harbour, but they also had the benefit of having common area rate contributions. And so I'm requesting the staff report today to help us as council consider how we can support the development of strong, vibrant, healthy, age-friendly rural communities, and potentially create a model for how other communities can also access funding out there and can work towards building a community plan. So thank you. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Go. Hello, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that I do agree that the Hubbard Street Plan, streetscaping plan, is a great plan. We had the opportunity to have a presentation from the group recently, and a lot of work has gone into it and a lot of passion, and you can definitely see what the benefits of having such a plan are to a community, in that they are able to work toward a long-term vision of bettering their community, bringing in economic development, and enhancing community enjoyment. I guess what I want to comment on was that there's a need for these types of plans in communities throughout the municipality. And, you know, in District 11, you know, we have the Whites Lake Beautification Committee that has been doing some small projects, as well as the Goodwood Beautification Committee that did some streetscaping with a vision of looking at doing a beautification streetscaping plan for all of Prospect Road from Goodwood to Peggy's Cove. where we have 700,000 people in 2019, 700,000 people traveling up and down that road. So I see that there is a value, a great value in supporting community plans. I'm interested too in how these plans fit into kind of our rural economic development strategy and how we can support other communities as well in developing plans like this. So I don't know if that might require an amendment to the motion for staff not just to look at Hubbard's, but maybe to expand the scope of how we can look at supporting projects like this throughout the municipality. But those are my initial comments.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
I'm good, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor, Councillor Hensby. I'm way up aboard there. Sorry, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I believe that if some of us were in attendance last week or watched the Active Transportation Advisory Report, there was a report last week on rural active transportation strategy, and some of those questions that Councillor Cuttle just asked are contained in that document, and I think it's good to see that document come forward to full council, because it would be great to discuss that in greater detail. Yes, our rural district centers identified by the regional plan should be the targeted communities we'd look at this enhanced infrastructure for. That'd be Hubbard's, that'd be Porter's Lake, that'd be Musquodoboit Harbor. Already have Sheet Harbor done, but I'm sure there's other local centers that could use this active transportation enhancement. And I'm talking more than just paved shoulders. We see a lot of the highway out from Goodwood out towards Peggy's Cove, widening the highway and putting paved shoulders down. It's nice, but in our villages and our hamlets that have a distinct commercial corridors or community feel, that they should have some better improvement in regards to this type of infrastructure, sidewalks and/or greenways with paved shoulders. The highway number 7 has been identified as a part of the Nova Scotia Blue Route network for active transportation bicycle network across the province. I'm pretty sure highway number 3 is also part of that plan, so the province does have some skin in the game in regards to making those roads safer and improve the infrastructure around them. But I'm a little disappointed with the Connect 2 program the province has, is that it doesn't include sidewalks as a part of the funding program, where they will fund a greenway. And I find that a little disappointing, because I find infrastructure could be similar in nature but different in function. And I think that a program like this, with identifying our rural district centers, should be perhaps the caveat that the province will allow sidewalk applications for. So also I'm in support of this program. I'm looking forward to the discussions of having more of a funding mechanism to support our rural communities with much needed active transportation infrastructure along their busy rural highways where it's needed so much. I'm full support of this, and go Hubbards.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would also support the request for the staff report, and I also agree with Councillor Cuttle around a real need for a rural community strategy. And so I would not want to see, Hubbard's held up, I guess, for this larger issue that we have around the need for a rural community strategy. And so I do hope that in the staff report that there might even be a recommendation about how the rural community strategy can be evolved and developed, especially as it aligns with the strategic priorities of HR. Thank you.
Sorry, were you finished, Councillor?
So I will just close with this last statement, and thank you so much for the comments today, and appreciate the support on this initiative. I will just say that I think what we're doing here is finishing business that we started in 2014 when we identified Hubbard's as a rural growth area in the regional plan. And I think what this does with the work that they've put forward and a very collaborative work that they've experienced with the Department of Transportation, it's quite fantastic. Not that long ago, Department of Transportation was already out there measuring sidewalks, counting sidewalks, looking at the road shoulders, thinking about ways that they can explore this project. And so I think this is a great opportunity for us to help this community become even more vibrant as we move post-COVID. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll just say quickly, I've met with this group. I'm very impressed with the work that they've done. I love to see communities that take responsibility for improving their own community. They have an idea, they've come to us, and I think it's incumbent upon us to work with them. And I commend them. Ready for the question, Ian?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, could I put forward a motion to add an amendment to this? Staff?
I guess you can amend a request for a staff report.
As long as it's reasonably consistent with the members' initial report, is not going to slow that up. I might suggest a conversation with planning and development, and then if there's a need to come forward with a motion for a staff report for the broader piece, I think that Councillor Cuddle's talking about. Yeah,
that would be my sense. I think Councillor Daigle Gammon mentioned that we don't want to slow this one up, but we certainly don't have a problem with looking at a broader one. It might be something that you could follow up again, Councillor Cuddle.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready for
Mayor?
Austin?
Thank you. Sorry about that. I just wanted to, there's in the rusty banks of my memory, I seem to recall in the last council, we had a motion at CPED looking at streetscaping in rural HRM because of specific projects like these. So what Councillor Cuddle is interested in actually might very well already be in flight. So perhaps if it's not, then maybe we could have a motion that comes forward at the next meeting, but there's no point to me duplicating something that's already underway. So.
Okay. All right.
Ready to clarify, that was for suburban streetscapes, not rural.
All right. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Beginning with District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4, can you hear me? 4?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddart.
In favor of the motion.
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes for 1 Hubbards.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Well, okay.
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor of the motion.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion, it passes. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. Colleagues, so we have one in-camera item on the agenda and one that has been added. I'm not sure, does anybody have an appetite on 13.1? Is that one we need to go in camera on? If nobody has a thought on that, we'll do it in camera since we're going in camera in any event.
I'll test that, Mr. Mayor. It's Lisa. 13.1.
Yep.
I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential staff report dated January 15th, 2021, and 2, not release the private and confidential staff report dated January 15th, 2021 to the public. I so move.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Seconded by Councillor Cleary. Are we ready for the question on that?
Question?
Beginning with District 8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Motion.
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor of the motion.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason. Councillor Mason.
Yes.
And Mayor Savage.
In favor. That passes. So colleagues, I'll go to notices of motion at this point before we go in camera while we have the rapt attention of the world. Notices of motion, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. Take notice that at the next regular council meeting to be held on February 9th, 2021, I propose to move a motion to request a staff report for presentation to council by September 2021 that defines what a small business is for the purposes of taxation and includes such factors as a cross-jurisdictional scan of similar municipalities across Canada, home-operated businesses, businesses that own their own property, tenant businesses that are in a leased space, the number of employees, and gross revenue or income. This definition should focus on those businesses that pay property tax and should recognize that some small businesses, such as tenant businesses operating in a lease space, may not fit under this definition.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hereby give notice that at the next meeting of Halifax Regional Council to be held on February 9th, 2021, I intend to bring forward the following motion: that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report on developing a plan to restore and preserve Sir Sanford Fleming Cottage, a registered heritage property owned by the municipality and situated in Sir Sanford Fleming Park.
Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move that council consider adopting by policy a public participation program, the purpose of which is to establish a program to consider amendments to the municipal planning strategy for Halifax and the land use bylaw for Halifax mainland to zone 60 and 62 Main Avenue to C2C Dutch Village Road mixed use and to consider amendments to the C2C zone standards.
Thank you. Any other notices of motion? If not, Councillor Mason, you move that we go in camera to discuss an item, correct?
Correct, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Cleary, was it? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we will move in camera, so Ian will move to our in camera.
There is another invitation in your inbox or in your calendar for the in-camera session.
Okay, we'll go there now, folks, and we'll finish up. Thank you. Are we all back, Ian?
Still missing a couple. Just one more second.
Can't wait till we get back in our council chambers, folks, and hear the bell ring and see each other. The good old
Hear,
days.
hear.
I remember when I was a young man, that's how we used to do it.
That was a long time ago. You were a young man, Mr. Mayor. A long time ago.
You guys, you're following the House of Commons is working on a voting app now that will allow people to vote electronically. Boy, I'll tell you, that's progress. That's only 100 years ago.
We do that already. We call it Ian. But I'm also looking forward to getting back in council chambers and hearing the MP3 of the bells.
All right. Good one. Ian, are we good to go?
We do have quorum. I believe we have everyone here.
Okay. So are we live now? Okay. Colleagues, we're back. We're on item 11.1.1. This is request for proposals, collection and transportation of source separated solid waste. This was put on the floor, I think, by Councillor Hensby. Is there any further discussion on 11.1.1?
Call for the question.
Ready for the question?
Question?
Okay, Ian.
Beginning in District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
In favor?
14, Councillor Blackmore.
Voting yes on the motion.
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outett.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
District 4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion, that carries. Thank you. I don't know if Andrew is still with us, but thank you, Andrew. Great job on the information. And Brad Anguish. So, colleagues, that's our agenda for today. I just want to remind people that next week we have Budget Committee on Wednesday. We'll be looking at the CAO's office, including the Mayor's office, HR, Legal, and AG, Attorney Auditor General. We have Council on the 9th with a public hearing on College Street, and then Budget the following day on the 10th. That is our agenda upcoming. I encourage everybody to get to be familiar with the events that are happening for the African Nova Scotia Heritage Month, maybe follow what's happening on the Celtic Festival. And I know that we're all cheering on the Montreal Canadiens. I'll accept a motion to adjourn. And Tom Brady.
Go Bruins.
So moved.
Motion from Councillor Purdy. Thank you. We're adjourned.
Yes. Good night.
Night, everyone.
And thank you.
Good night.
Thank you all.
Good night.